Good evening and welcome to the July 21st regular board meeting. Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Coates?
Here.
Mrs. Horn?
Here.
Mr. Manley? Here. Mrs. Mooring?
Here.
Mrs. Piccolo-Antonio?
Here. And if you'll all please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Way too much stuff sitting over here. Is there a motion to approve minutes from the June 1st special board meeting, June 14th Finance and Facility Committee meeting, June 16th regular board meeting, June 23rd special board meeting, June 23rd Student Learning and Achievement Committee meeting, and June 29th special board meeting?
Motion.
Thanks, Mr. Manley. Is there a second? I'll second. Thank you, Mrs. Coates. Any changes to the minutes at all? Okay, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll?
Mrs. Piccolo-Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring? Motion carried.
So we are on the school community reports and presentations part of the agenda, and we're going to start with a presentation from our equity and access team, our district equity team, to talk about the equity and access plan. I will just say this one time, but for anyone who's coming up to speak, the podium is right over there where you'll stand. You don't need to adjust the microphone, it's already on. Thanks, Mrs. Elliott. And I know we all know who you all are, but for anyone who may be watching, can you introduce everybody?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So, good evening. We can't touch the microphone. Keep it as is? Okay. Calf workout tonight. So good evening. I am Jill Elliott. I serve as the assistant superintendent in the district, and we are really excited to be here this evening to share the goal statements and action steps of our Equity and Access for All plan. Though what we're about to share tonight has been developed by input of more than 200 staff, students, community members, parents in the district, I'm joined this evening by 4 of our district administrators. And we also have one of our parent advisory group members that's going to speak this evening, and then other parent advisory group members in the audience as well. So I'll do introductions of the speakers, and then when they come up, they can remind everyone of who they are. So we have Lisa Kelly. She is our Administrator of School-Based Prevention and Counseling. Tia Holloman, our Director of Curriculum. Lisa. Corinne Fields, one of our Coordinators of Special Education. On that side, clicking, we have Shay Reed, our Director of Human Resources, and Jamil Jones is going to be speaking with us this evening also as our Parent Advisory member. So we feel like we've been working on developing this plan for a really long time. Though we had some hang-ups, some slow-ups due to COVID, we've been working on this plan behind the scenes for over 2 years now. And so we are thrilled with all of the feedback we've been able to gather along the way, which we'll talk a little bit more about tonight, and that we're finally to a place where we're ready to share it with all of you and the greater community about how we're going to be putting our words into action. In Gahanna Jefferson Schools, we believe in providing a supportive and inclusive environment where all of our students feel safe and respected and valued and honored. And we feel like the action steps in this plan are helping us to live those beliefs and those values so that we have huge sense of belonging and pride in our schools and our community. So I am going to pass it over to Tia, and she's going to talk a little bit about the journey. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Tia Holloman, and I am the Director of Curriculum with Gahanna Jefferson Schools. Happy to be here. As Jill had mentioned, we had started our work during the 2019-2020 school year, and we were just at that time beginning to kind of just explore and understand what our current reality was at that time. And then in the summer of 2020 is when the board adopted the resolution reaffirming our commitment to our core values, and that really kind of propelled us into the development and the finalization of our equity and access plan. Next slide, please. The overarching purpose of this plan is to kind of serve as that roadmap for us to ensure that we're doing exactly what Jill had described, like ensuring that every student that graces our classrooms, that walks across that stage when they start from preschool all the way through the high school, that they are welcomed, that they are received here, that they know that this is a place where they will thrive, they are supported, that they are going to receive what they need in an inclusive manner, regardless of what their identity or ability level is. And so this plan, as you'll see as we dive into it, it really kind of outlines those steps as how we bring that to life when we talk through that. The first thing that happened is, thinking about drafting a plan of this magnitude is big work. And so the first thing is we kind of settled on 5 areas of focus for us to really begin to flesh out and how we can bring this to life for our students in our community. Those 5 focus areas became the action areas that you're going to see discussed later in this presentation. From that, we developed then 5 action teams, 1 team connected to each of those focus areas, and that's where it was over 100 staff, administrators, teachers, support staff, that were a part of and had a role in at least one of those action teams to kind of help us with that initial drafting of the plan. They spent a little over a year doing the initial draft. And hashing out what would be some appropriate goals and steps to reach those goals based on each action team. Then we gathered feedback from the community at the community conversation that was held in April. Followed by the district-wide survey that was sent out. We're going to hear a little bit more about the community conversation, but we had that in person at the high school, had great participation there, and then we sent out a follow-up survey to expand it to even more of our community for those that weren't able to participate, to give us more feedback on the initial draft of the plan. Once we gathered that information, we pulled a smaller consolidation team to take that feedback, really review it and comb through all of the different components of it and start to help to edit and shape and give us another round or another draft of the equity plan that we were coming to. During that time, the parent advisory group was also formed, and I know that Jamil is going to speak a little bit more on this, but we have 16 representatives on that represent all of our buildings, all of our grade levels, and the diverse population that we have among our students. And so we've had some really good collaborative conversation. It has been a pleasure working with them and hearing from them directly. They had an opportunity to review the plan and provide feedback that then we were able to take back again and continue to really shape the equity plan that we have in place. And then before finalizing it, we process feedback from our district action teams, from our administrative team, the community, and the parent advisory group that helped us to kind of come to the final plan that will be presented to you today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Corinne Fields, and I'm one of the coordinators of special education for Gahanna. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the community conversations that happened that Tia mentioned in April. So we were able to pull together, as she said, almost 100 community members, and the community was made up of teachers, there were board members, we had students, we had teachers that were all able to come and participate, and we worked in small groups where members of our equity team helped facilitate the conversation. And the conversation that happened in each of the small groups was very similar. We were kind of following the same format. And we each had a note taker that was with us. So the conversation was authentic and was able to be kind of captured within our note format that all of our note takers took and submitted into our Google Doc. and Tia mentioned this, but also to share, we were so happy to have a student group. We had enough students that were interested that we had one full breakout room that was just students. So we were really thrilled about that too, and got great feedback from them. I think you go to the next one, yep. So additionally, there were folks that wanted to share some feedback but were not able to attend that in-person community conversation. So we were able to send an online feedback survey, and we were able to gather an additional 170 responses from community members based off of the same questions that we were kind of asking in those small groups. So this, what you're looking at here on the screen, is really just a screenshot of what we were using to collect all of the in-person plus the feedback results. And we worked as, again, an equity team in May to consolidate that. And we read through everyone's feedback. And we had a stack of feedback that we read through everyone's comments and looked for patterns. And so what you're looking at there on that screenshot is really what we used to gather the patterns of feedback that we were receiving. And so after looking at that, there were some major kind of questions that were common that kept coming up. And so those are there for you now. The first one is, why now? It wasn't exactly those words, but we got a lot of information on why now. Why are you looking at this now? What does our sense of belonging data show? What are our staff and student demographics? What do those look like? And what is our current candidate data? So those were the common themes that came up with the questions from the community.
Sorry. Hello, I'm Lisa Kelly. I'm the Administrator of School-Based Prevention and Counseling, and I'm going to try to answer some of the questions that were posed that were consistently asked of us throughout this process by our community for you tonight. The first, why now, specifically related to sense of belonging. We heard more than once, why are we looking at sense of belonging now? Where is this coming from? And the answer to that is that in 2019, we began administering the Panorama Student Perception Survey. It's a really amazing survey that lets our students have voice. In grades 3 through 5, that is one area that's measured, and then in grades 6 through 12. And students take it on their devices, and we give them time to take it, and we encourage them to be very thoughtful, and we take the way that they answer questions very seriously. And so prior to 2019, we never really had any quantifiable data in the area of sense of belonging to show whether or not it was something urgent or not urgent. And so now that we have it, it's something that when we saw the results, and we've continued to see the results as we've administered it, we feel like sense of belonging is something that should have a sense of urgency in Gahanna, because we want every student to walk into our buildings and feel safe and loved and like they belong here. And so I'm going to just kind of give you a little bit of background on the sense of belonging survey that we give. For grades 3 through 5, these are the questions. They're very simple, but they're very powerful. So how well do people at your school understand you as a person? How much support do the adults at your school give you? How much respect do students in your school show you? And overall, how much do you feel like you belong at your school? And that's the big money question, right? How much do you feel like you belong here in our schools in Gahanna? So for grades 3 through 5, for the last administration, and just a little bit more history, so we were only able to give it one time in 2019 because COVID hit, and we didn't want to give it during remote learning. We felt like that wouldn't give us valid results. And then the next year was COVID Part 2, and we were able to give it one time that year. Last school year was the first year that we were able to compare apples to apples and have a true beginning year survey and end of year survey. So the data I'm going to share with you is from our last results, which were given in May of this past school year. So this is the data for grades 3 through 5. And the slide that we selected to show you helps to illustrate where we are in this area compared to national norms. Panorama is a very, very heavily researched assessment tool, and is given, the norms are created on over 3 million students and almost 6,000 school districts. So when you see our results for grades 3 through 5, the percentage that you'll see of 68%, that is the favorability overall. So the questions that I just read you have what Panorama considers positive or favorable answers, and then there's a neutral response that does not count towards the overall favorability, and then there's 2 responses that would be considered more negative. And I'm going to show you an example of that too. So they take the results of all 5 questions and they form that into the overall favorability for that specific scale. And so for sense of belonging, you can see that at grades 3 through 5 in May of this past school year, we're at 68% favorability, which means that overall 68% of our kids answered in those green or those favorable answers. And when you look at the bell-shaped curve, according to the norms that Panorama is able to provide because of the high number of school districts that also use this assessment, you can see that puts us at about the 80th percentile compared to other schools nationally. So that is a really good indicator to let us know how we're doing compared to other schools. Now, again, 80th percentile is great and wonderful, but we still would like to see all of our kids with that favorability in their answers. So this is an example of what one of the questions would look like, and I specifically picked that big money question. Overall, how much do you feel like you belong at your school for you to see for grades 3 through 5? So the way that the students are asked to answer is they can either say completely belong, and you can see that in the grades 3 through 5, 40% of our students answered that. The next also consider favorable answer is belong quite a bit, and you can see there that about 38% of our kids answered belong quite a bit. So those are, for Panorama's purposes, the favorable answers. The next answer is considered neutral, belong somewhat. And so you can see that we had about, I can't read it from here, is it 16%? Yeah. 16% there, and then the last 2 are belong a little bit or do not belong at all. And so obviously anything that's not green is concerning to us, but we do want to highlight that there is a high number of neutral responses as well. But again, our goal in Gahanna is to have all of our kids in the green. That's always our goal. The next area is grades 6 through 12. The questions are similar but worded just a little different for age appropriateness. So how well do people at your school understand you as a person? How connected do you feel to adults at your school? How much respect do students in your school show you? How much do you matter to others at your school? And again, the big money question, overall, how much do you feel like you belong at your school? So if you go to the next slide, you can see there's a very stark difference between our 612 data and our 35 data. So for our 612 data, we were at 38% favorable overall. And again, compared to the national norms that Panorama is able to provide, we were about the 10th percentile. And what we've seen is the older the kids get, the more the sense of belonging goes down over time. Which, if you think about the way our classrooms are structured, in the elementary building, they're typically housed with one teacher that can love on them all day, every day, and be their person. And then as they get older, they're kind of spread out to multiple teachers throughout the day, which can make it harder for them to find someone that they really connect with. And I want to highlight for you, the next slide is, again, that big money question. So you can see for completely belong, we had about 13% of our 6th through 12th graders answer that way. Belong quite a bit. We were at 35%. That neutral response is what we really, really want to work on. So we're highlighting it for you so that you know that not every kid falls into the red. We do have a high number of neutral kids at the 612 level, which someone today, as we were discussing it as an administrative team, said, I feel like every teenager is neutral. Like, you ask them, how was your day? But again, our goal is to always have all of our kids in green. Like, that's where we want them to be. And then you can see that we had 15% at belong a little bit and 6% at do not belong at all. And based on this data, you can see where the sense of urgency comes for us. Again, our goal, and I think really what has driven all of our equity work, is sense of belonging. We want every kid to come into Gahanna and feel loved and safe and valued from their peers and from us as adults.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Shay Reed. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the district, and my group is the group that works on diverse staffing. And so I'm going to share with you some data related to how our equity plan was developed in relation to our staffing goals. The pictures, the diagrams that you see on the screen are actually current data. And what the data is showing us is on the left-hand side, our student demographics. So that circle is the makeup of all of the students in our district by race. In contrast, on the right-hand side, you'll notice the makeup of our certificated staff members, again, by race. So if you're comparing those two numbers, you're going to notice that there's some pretty big differences in the makeup of our staff versus the makeup of our students, which also equates to the makeup of our community. So one of the things that we know when we talk about this comparison that we're making is that when students see a staff member or person in their school that looks like them, that increases their sense of belonging and also has really positive impacts on their student achievement data. So what we're hoping to do is to get those two graphs to look a little more similar. And there are some challenges in making that happen, which we're going to see on our next slide. So the next slide is actually data that I pulled from the Title II website. It's a government organization site that compiles teacher data for university and college enrollment across the United States. I drilled it down to the state of Ohio. And the reason that I did that is because when we think about hiring teachers, what we know is that it is very rare for teachers to cross state lines to obtain a position or a job. They're about 45% less likely to move than similar level or degreed positions in other fields. So it's highly unlikely that we're recruiting from other states. So we want to focus on what's happening in the state of Ohio. This is historical data from every university and college that has an education program in the state. And you can see the trends, first of all, overall, in teacher enrollment in those programs. From 2012 to 2019, Title II only pulled out overall enrollment. So for example, if we take a look at 2012, the enrollment of Hispanic students, there were 547 students that reported they were of Hispanic descent that were in Ohio education programs. So we don't know exactly what year they might have been in. It could have been any of those 4 years of college. If you'll notice, by the time that we get down to 2019, that goes down to 376. What was really interesting is that in 2020, they started to look at it a little bit differently. They looked at not only the total enrollment in those programs, but hey, who's completing the program this year? Who are the candidates that you could potentially go out and recruit for a teaching position in your school district the following year? And as you'll see, in the year 2020, only 90 students in the whole state of Ohio were reporting that they were Hispanic and were coming into the field of education. You can similarly see those trends through all the racial groups that we have reported. And you can also notice how much higher the numbers are for the students who are white that are coming out of Ohio colleges. So they're in all categories. You will also see a pretty steep decline. Unfortunately, enrollment in universities and colleges in the field of education has declined pretty significantly over the last several years. If you take a look at 2021, for the reporters who are Black, you can see that there were 716 total students in the state of Ohio, and only 142 were completing the program last year. So those were the candidates that were coming out into our school districts and looking for positions. There's also some data from the Ohio Department of Education that tells us of the students, I believe this was reported in around 2017, but of the students who were coming out of colleges with those college education degrees, only about 44% were using those degrees. So it's a really competitive market, and it's a really difficult thing to try to impact for our students. So we think we are putting together some great plans to be able to attack this problem, and excited to tell you about them in a little while.
Okay, so as Tia mentioned earlier, we did create a parent advisory group, And I mentioned that Jamil Jones is going to speak with us, but I also want to recognize Laura Abbas in the audience, Megan Bradford, Melissa Humbert-Washington, and Joan Petresky that are also members of the Parent Advisory Group that are here this evening. So this group is made up of 16 parents that are representative of all grade levels, all schools, and our diverse students across the district. And at the onset of the development of this group, we outlined 3 purposes for the group. The first one is for this group to serve as ongoing collaborators in the development and revision of this equity and access plan, these action steps. And that was certainly a part of the process that we went through. We also set out a purpose to be, for them to be our accountability partners and to help us monitor that progress toward the goals of our equity and access plan. And then finally, for them to serve as community allies and support this district work by helping to gather feedback in the community and also share details about the plan. And part of what came out of our conversations in our group was developing kind of an FAQ for our parent advisory group to just kind of use to talk about the process we went through and kind of the outcomes of it. So we have met 3 times thus far, and I will say kudos to the parents serving on that group because our meetings were set for about an hour and a half, and the first 2 went over 3 hours. Yes, you know how that works out. We had various opportunities to engage in the plan and gather feedback, and also, so tonight we're going to be looking at the goal statements and the action steps, but there's a lot of nitty-gritty that has to happen to actually get those action steps going, and so the Parent Advisory Group was a fantastic collaborator with us in coming up with some of those implementation tasks that we'll use to do the work starting this school year. Their feedback was fantastic. They pushed us, they questioned us, they gave us fantastic ideas. They were really honest with us, even at times when, they didn't necessarily think that, certain voices or aspects were being considered. And so it was really, really great dialogue throughout the process. And I think we ended in a place that, we feel good about, and we know that we will continue to engage them over time to serve as those thought partners and accountability partners. So I am going to step aside and let Jamil talk a little bit about the experience in the plan.
Thank you. And like everyone said, I'm one of 16. There's some in the room. I think I collectively got kind of a little bit about the experience that we each had. So each of us used our lived experience, our personal, professional experience, and brought that to this work to be able to provide feedback. What I think was really important in the process, though, is that each of us really tried to review with a filter of like the collective community and not just our individual family or student needs, which was really helpful in ensuring that this is a plan that the entire community could be proud of and not just one that the Jones household liked, that each GJPS student could be proud of. As Ms. Elliott said, there were definitely disagreements, but I'm really proud of how we worked through those in ensuring that we heard each other, that we heard the staff, and that we came to each of those conversations with respect and an understanding of how important this work is to each of us and to the community. At times, again, I'll reiterate, our feedback was tough for the district. Sometimes it was in opposition of each other. Oftentimes it was even confusing. I think there were moments where, this team here were like, well, what is it that you are asking us to do? But each time, each meeting, so we met 3 times, each next meeting, they came back with solutions or an answer to our concerns. And so it ensured that we were really heard throughout the process. You saw it's right up there. So we also look at our role as part of the advisory group is to kind of advocate and champion this work. So I think each of us, as we went into this process, we also tried to think of areas where there would be challenges, where might whether it's us or the collective community might have pushback, or might there be issues or controversy. We tried to kind of identify those red flags in the working it out process, so that when we got to this point today, that we felt like we could hash some of those things out. So throughout this process too, I think one of the most, where we might have opposed a little bit as an advisory group is just the speed, right? The plan has been in draft form since 2020, and we understand the need to have a really good plan, but also recognizing the urgency, right? The world continues to show us that our students need this work, and we can't let that need for perfection get in the way of progress. And so all of that, I feel like, really leads to what you'll see today, which is, I think, a plan that all of us are proud to say, okay, we advocate for this. We think the community will be really proud of it as well. It's comprehensive. It is one of, I think, most comprehensive and robust equity and access plans I've seen within the metro area, and it really is reflective of the diversity of the community. So I've been proud to be a part of the process, and I'm super excited to finally get it out there. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start diving in. We had previously shared and highlighted the 5 focus areas of our equity and access plan. And we also had shared back in some videos and our initial equity and access plan document, some descriptors of kind of what, the overall ideas behind the focus areas. And through the process, we've revised those and helped to kind of make them, hopefully make a little more sense, that then the goal statements and action steps kind of spell out. So for sense of belonging, the things that you should see and hear and feel are our commitment to building stronger understanding and appreciation for the diversity in our community, and intentionally creating opportunities for all students to develop impactful relationships and connect with their peers and staff. In the inclusive curriculum and resources area, really working to ensure diversity and multiple perspectives are represented in our curriculum. Diverse staffing addresses recruiting and retaining diverse staff that's representative of our students. Equitable representation and access aims to support the academic, behavioral, and social emotional growth of all of our students by identifying appropriate levels of intervention and enrichment, as well as increasing awareness and access to our enrichment programming. And our community engagement and partnerships focus area is going to be spelling out how we're going to be working to implement inclusive communication processes and increase our partnership and engagement opportunities for families and local businesses. So we're going to dive right in.
I'm excited to share with you our ideas for increasing sense of belonging here at Gahanna. We had a really great team of professionals that came together to come up with this plan that pulled ideas in from different people's experiences, different people's ideas and backgrounds, and so we're really excited to get it going. So I'm going to just go year by year and just to kind of give you a picture. And like Jill said earlier, we have a very condensed version for you, but we have implementation tasks for all of these that we know are going to happen. So for year 1, for sense of belonging, we will continue to collect and analyze our panorama survey data. So obviously we have benchmarks, we know where we are, we know where we want to head, and so we're going to continue that. And anything where you see the 2 asterisks, that means that that's going to be continued throughout the process. So we're not going to just stop analyzing panorama year 1. That will be a continuous benchmark for us to continue to look at. And then also in year 1, we intend to implement small learning communities, specifically something called the house system, which was developed by Ron Clark. I'm seeing some nods that you might be familiar with it. Middle School West has implemented it, and we've heard rave reviews from students and parents of kids there. But this year, the intent is to get it going in some pilot schools as we work to expand it, because it is a big undertaking. So we'll be implementing the house system in year 1 in some pilot schools. The house system specifically looks at putting kids in groups to form meaningful connections. It's a really amazing experience for kids. We also are going to pilot this year a student-to-student mentoring program, again in select buildings. This will probably be based more off of location because transportation's going to be a barrier considering how large our district is. But what this aims to do is, as Shay's graph showed you, we don't have a ton of representation for some of our students in marginalized groups. And so our intent is, do we have a middle schooler that has shared life experiences with a third grader that we can connect them with so that they can talk to someone and understand their, their life experiences, and talk to someone that's older that can maybe give them some support and just be another sounding board for them and another connection. And similarly too, even to students with disabilities, like we would love to see some of our students with disabilities at our younger grades connect with some of our older students who have been identified as having disabilities, just to see how amazing, our kids are, and not to necessarily let that label, impact you. And so our goal in the student-to-student mentoring program is to connect kids with other older students that they can share life experiences with and have something in common with. So we're going to pilot that this year. Again, this year is going to be based more on geography, and then as we grow it, every building will eventually have it. And then we also really want to look at collecting data, specifically through surveys, of barriers to accessing clubs. So another term would be affinity groups. A lot of our kids, especially, our high school is big, but our kids can find each other when they look at our club. Like, we have this massive club booklet that has so many different offerings for our students, and that's typically how kids can find each other, and we want those to be accessible to everybody. We don't want it to be, oh, you have an after-school job, that means that you can't come, or you don't have transportation, so that means you can't come. So we want it that this coming school year, we want to really collect data to see what are the barriers to stopping kids to accessing those groups where they can find each other and like-minded people. And we also want to survey our staff to see what barriers are there for staff in being willing to lead those clubs and being accessible for them. And you can see that there's 2 asterisks by that as well, because we'll continue to look at that data and analyze barriers so that we can make clubs available to all students regardless of where they live or if their parents have busy work schedules or things like that. And then in year 2, you can see, going back to the house system, that our plan is to implement the house system district-wide in year 2. So again, we want this to be an equitable plan. We don't want students in one elementary building to have access to something that students in another building won't have access to. Everyone will have access to it. We also plan to intentionally schedule meetings for kids who are going to the same feeder schools, because we've heard a lot of feedback from the community about, all of our kids go all to east or all to west or all to south, and they don't meet each other before they go. So we want the houses in 5th grade and the houses in 8th grade to get together before they actually transition to middle school or high school, so that they can see each other and have familiar faces as they move on and transition through our school system. We also plan to extend our mentoring program to additional buildings. So again, we will continue to work through the logistics of transportation to provide those opportunities for our kids. And then we're hoping in year 2 that we can really try to target some of those barriers that are limiting our kids to accessing the clubs and affinity groups that would really help them to feel that sense of belonging. And then in year 3, we plan to host a district-wide house event. So that will be really fun. We're actually really excited when we think about bringing all the houses together. And then the student-to-student mentoring program will be implemented district-wide also in year 3. So another area for sense of belonging that we want to also target is professional development for our teachers and our staff. And so this year, our year 1, we will be, and we've done this in the past, this isn't new for us, but we will be targeting and giving more professional development around our marginalized populations. So thinking about different cultures and backgrounds, LGBTQIA+, students living in poverty. We want to make sure that our teachers are fully equipped and have the understanding to embrace all of our students and give them what they need. And we feel like professional development can be very helpful in that. And then we also would like to create a quarterly, and the title might change, so don't judge it if you think it's not good. Celebrate Our School Community publication, where we highlight the diverse community that we have. That is one thing that I absolutely love about Gahanna, is how diverse our population is and how amazing our kids are with what they can bring to the table with that. So then in year 2, we plan to host what we're going to be an annual Celebrate Our School Community Festival to recognize all of our diverse community members and to really celebrate them and to just embrace it. And then we also, in year 2, plan on really trying to develop some very strategic community partnerships with people from communities that represent our students so that we can provide additional supports for them as well. And so that's our plan for Sense of Belonging. Like I said, we're really excited to get it going. I think that it's going to be amazing for our students.
Okay. Oh, no, not me, sorry. Sorry about that.
All right, so this is the goal for the diverse staffing team. And I'm going to try to read that from all the way across this room, but essentially, thank you. What we're trying to do is just what we talked about earlier. We're trying to align the hiring and retention of certificated candidates from underrepresented groups to reflect our student community through strategic marketing, recruiting, and developing a robust pipeline. And one of the things I want to address before we even get into the action steps is the idea of focusing on certificated staff. We had a lot of conversation about that. Some of our community group even challenged us on, why are we drilling down there? That's actually the data that we showed you. It was specific to our certificated staff, and it's the area where we know we're the most out of balance. It's also, to some degree, those are the people that the students are with the most, and they see most often during the day. So we believe that's where we'll have the biggest impact if we are able to diversify that group. So that's where we're going to start. The work with diversified staffing. So if you take a look at the action steps, in year 1, we're going to develop and implement exit surveys for staff and analyze the information from employees of underrepresented groups. So we currently do exit surveys for our staff members. We get those back, but we really want to drill down and target some additional questions and information so that we make sure that if we do have employees who are leaving our district and are a part of an underrepresented group, that we understand why. So we may be looking at that just a little bit differently. The next action step that we want to work on is developing strategic partnerships with historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, and local and national organizations with the goal of recruiting teachers from underrepresented groups. So you saw the data on students coming out of our colleges and universities. It's a small group right now. We really have to branch out outside of colleges and universities and get into those local and national organizations that represent those groups so that not only we can identify candidates, but we can also encourage people to get into that field of education. We will be developing a support system for staff from our underrepresented groups. We heard a lot of that from our current staff members. How are we supporting the people that we already have? Are we listening to them? Are they developing that sense of belonging as a staff member with our district? So we want to hear from them, and we want to make sure that they have the support that they need so that we can retain those staff members in years to come. And then finally, for year 1, we're going to train our administrators on a robust and inclusive screening process. So the reason this is important is because, again, as you saw, as we're trying to diversify our workforce, sometimes our candidates are limited. And we don't want to limit ourselves even more by having a process that doesn't allow us to interview, recruit, talk to, get to know every possible candidate that we can. In order to do that, we have to engage more of our team in meeting those candidates and getting that process going for us. So we want to branch out. We want to make sure that all of our team members understand how to identify top talent, and we want to make sure they're engaged in that process of recruitment for us. In year 2, we're going to be analyzing the results of those exit surveys, hopefully making some timely changes if there's information that we get that we feel is actionable, so that we're better meeting those needs. We're going to be developing a multifaceted outreach process, including social media, radio, personalized letters, cards, other creative ways to advertise our job openings in GJPS, so outreach, ways to get that message out, that we, who we are in Gahanna and who we're looking for to be working in our schools. Supporting and encouraging educational aides from underrepresented groups to obtain their teaching license with tuition reimbursement and alternative licensure pathways. So I'm really proud that our board supported just this past year. We can kind of check that off the list, tuition reimbursement for our educational aides. That part of our plan is already in place. We're really excited about that. We think the next step is just to get the message out. We need to have more opportunities to talk with them about what that process looks like, how to engage in that process, how to obtain the tuition reimbursement, and just what options there are out there. A lot of people don't even know about the alternative licensure pathways that Ohio offers to teachers. So we're hoping to just do a better job of getting that message out there. And then finally, for year 2, developing a future candidate pool with the purpose of attracting current GJPS students from underrepresented groups to the field of education. So we've had some efforts at the high school along the way to really encourage students to embark on the field of education. We're trying to bring that down even into lower levels. So we started at the middle school level even this year with some efforts to get the word out and encourage students to start early and start thinking about teaching as a future career for them. Finally, in year 3, we're of course going to be analyzing our hiring data to determine outcomes of increased marketing and recruiting. So this is a lot of work. We want to make sure that those efforts that we're putting in place are resulting in what we're looking for in terms of our outcomes. And then also surveying our underrepresented staff members to gather feedback about the support systems, the support system implementation as well. So just making sure it's working.
All right. Now it's my turn. Thank you. Okay. So my area is inclusive curriculum and resources, and I wanted to start before I jump into our action steps, just kind of piggybacking off of one of the last things that Shay had mentioned about recruiting future candidates. As again, she showed the results that in general, the candidate pool for teachers is going down. And I think that a part of that recruitment of our students starts with what is actually happening in the classroom with them. If you are not having a great experience in the classroom, you're less likely to want to come back and teach in that classroom. So I think it was, for me, making that connection to then the work for the inclusive curriculum and resources is a lot about what is actually happening when they're in those spaces with our teachers and their peers. And so the two main goals of inclusive curriculum and resources is diversifying instructional resources, and starting with the diversifying instructional resources, again, because not only is it about the experiences that you're having, but also seeing yourself in different ways. And we have talked a lot about with just instruction in general, the engagement, and that it's relevant and that the kids can connect to it. A lot of that has to do with who the characters are, what the content is, and what they're being exposed to within those resources. So within year 1, we start to dive into that idea of diversifying our instructional resources. And it starts by the development of an equity reflection tool, because like we said at the beginning of our work here, we first have to have a solid understanding of where we are before we can talk about how do we get better. It doesn't stop the work, but let's get a clear picture about what we actually have in place so we know the areas that we need to improve. And so that equity reflection tool is going to be designed to be able to help teachers and staff to be able to really get a sense, and it's a self-reflection tool to get a sense of where they are in this work in different components, and then how do they move to the next phases to continue to improve for our students. Within that also then training the staff on the use of that equity reflection tool, and as you can see, that is something that is going to continue over the years because there are many different components of that equity reflection tool, and we don't want people to stop reflecting. But also then starting the first year with the instructional materials section of that equity reflection tool. And I just want to follow up, when we say instructional resources, we mean any and all things that are used for teaching and learning in the classroom. So our text, our videos, our articles, our websites, our toys, our manipulatives, all the things, posters, pictures, all of the things, making sure that they're inclusive, they're representative, and our students can engage with them. Then within year 2, so again, continuing the use of that equity reflection tool across the 3 years, but then also creating a hub of inclusive resources within the curriculum department so that teachers and staff know where to access. So we understand where we have some gaps and we might need to grow. Now, where do I get the resources that are going to be appropriate for the content that I'm teaching and the students that I'm serving? Here are the resources that are going to be available that would be vetted by the curriculum team and staff to be able to use, and then constantly revised and reviewed as we go on. And then that's what is also reflected in year 3, monitoring the use and the relevance of those resources and updating as needed, because we also know as we learn more, we have to get better. And sometimes what was acceptable or what was appropriate at one stage, now that we have more information, may not be. And so we have to constantly be reflecting on that. And then our second goal is reframing, excuse me, I can't read from that far, reframing and redesigning instruction through a social justice and culturally responsive lens. And again, thinking about, so this gets more into the actual instruction and the teaching that's happening. But what we had in this first year here is taking a look at our absence data and comparing it to the different cultural holidays that happen throughout the academic year, and finding ways to make sure that we are intentionally supporting students through those times. And I know that something that we've already started to do with the calendar work that has been implemented, and so very excited about the new calendar that's coming on board in 23-24. But we have made the steps to make people aware of when certain holidays are that larger groups of our student population observe and may not be in school for. But the next step of that is now also supporting not only just supporting their time to observe their holiday, but also then what does the instruction, what is assessment, what are they coming back to? So being mindful of that as well. I think as a side note, one thing that was interesting to me, we had a student who said, we definitely appreciate that we're allowed to observe our holidays and excuse absence, but then I come back and I still have to make up all the work, and we don't have work to make up after Christmas. And I'm like, you're right. So, just kind of thinking through those kinds of things. And so that is the work of year 1 for that step. And then as we move into year 2, we really continue to dive deeper into those culturally responsive teaching practices that maintain our high expectations and rigorous academics, but think about the different identities in the populations and the interests that we're serving within our students. Also continuing to complete the different components of the equity reflection tool, and based on building district and individual goals. Again, that's something that is going to be an annual thing. And then taking a look at some of our current lessons and units and redesigning them through a culturally responsive lens, and making sure that we're adding more experiential learning in there and things that where students can really connect to and see how what they're learning is connected to their life beyond the 4 walls of their classroom. Lastly, in year 3, we are going to develop a forum for students and families to share their feedback based on the work that is happening within the classrooms and the resources that we're bringing in. So again, as another checkpoint for us, as we're evaluating, the steps that we're putting in place and if we're having an impact. So are the things we're doing, the changes we're making, are the students noticing that? Is it making a difference for their experience in the classroom?
I'm going to talk about the equitable representation and access, but I'm going to actually ask you if you can go back to the demographics just to give some background on why this is important and why we chose this as one of our main areas of focus. So when we started on this journey, we pulled the data, and like Shay was talking about, we looked at our student demographics and our staff demographics, and we broke our student demographics down, and we had a chance to look at access to our programming, our gifted programming, our enriched programming, our special education programming, discipline referrals. We looked at all of those components, and we looked at it related to our student demographics. And what we found was that our data was disproportionate. So when we looked to see what our general student makeup looked like, with demographics related to race or gender, what we found was, like discipline, for instance, you have a higher chance of being identified as a student that was being referred for discipline if you were male and if you were a student of color, versus if you were a student who was white or a student that is female. So it was very disproportionate when we looked at our data, which led us to our focus area of equitable representation and access. And so what we did was break it up into two components. The first component that you're looking at here is really the enriched programming and gifted programming that's available for all students. This is an area that was disproportionate for us. Our students that were white students, female students, a higher SES, those are students that you're going to see a higher propensity of those students in these programs. And so we want to create something that's equitable. And year one for this goal is really, we want to look at that data again. We want to hone in and get good at looking at our data. So you're going to see that, and you're going to see that continue through year 1, 2, and 3. We noticed in reviewing that some of the social emotional needs of our students that are higher achieving might not be being met in the same way. So that's something where we want to create resources and be able to support those students' social emotional needs. And then we also want to help our staff build their skills so that we're really able to identify some of those characteristics of gifted and high achieving students and how to best support them in our classroom. For year 2, we really want to refine what we're doing with the identification and try to remove those barriers for the access. In our parent group, we talked a lot. The parents were able to share some of the barriers that they've noticed that are in existence, but we want to do a deeper dive with that and really look at what are those barriers and how do we remove them from families and for students. We want to implement the resources that are going to address the social emotional needs that I talked about earlier with year 1. And we want to make sure that our communication to families is happening annually and that we're communicating in a way that all of our families, including our marginalized families, are getting the same communication and are aware of how to access these programs. That's something else that we noticed. That's not common knowledge to all of our families here in Gahanna. So we want to work to get better at that. For year 3, we're going to develop and implement talent development opportunities where we're going to really target some of our underrepresented groups and start developing those programs. And then you're going to see this with both this goal and our second goal, where we're looking at an internal monitoring system. So this is something that we want to create as a part of our system where we can always kind of go back and check to make sure that we are continually moving the mark. So we're intending to create an internal monitoring system for both this goal and then our second goal that we're going to talk about now. So the other part that we noticed disproportionality with was related to identification of special education and discipline. And one of the structures that we have in place that's really powerful that will help us move this mark is is MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support. So really with MTSS, we want that to become more multidisciplinary. We are doing MTSS in all of our buildings, but we really could highlight a lot of the different roles that people play to bring to the team and make that a more powerful experience. So that's the main goal there. And we want to analyze our current policies, our referrals that are happening. We want to look closer at the discipline data. We want to make sure that regardless of what building you go to, if discipline gets referred to the office, it's handled in a consistent way. Versus in one building, it may be handled in one way, in another building, it may be handled in another. We want to conduct an analysis district-wide and school-wide of our PBIS plans, the positive behavior intervention supports. We're doing that now in all of our buildings, but again, we want to strengthen the system, not just look kind of at the individual buildings. And then tier 1 for PBIS teams, we want to ensure that we are meeting that in all of our buildings. So That's during year one there. And we're going to conduct our district level meetings and analyze the universal screener data. We started doing that this year. It was really powerful, but we need to do that another year. Again, just really look at that, and that will continue throughout all 3 of the years. For the professional development, we want to continue to provide that, where we're looking at using the power of the team versus maybe the MTSS group being run by 2 people. It's really how can the team roles work together to make that powerful. And during year 2, we want to start bringing on board some more evidence-based tier 2 and tier 3 interventions to help support and decrease our referrals for special education. And the professional development that we're going to be doing, we'll continue doing that through year 1, 2, and 3. And year 3, again, is about that internal monitoring system that I talked about earlier, making sure that we're continuing to look for the patterns and continuing to go back and look at our data.
Okay, the last focus area of our 5 focus areas is our community engagement and partnerships area. And we know that, we can continue to work internally on all of these things to support our kids, but really, we have to have strong partnerships with our families. We have to have strong partnerships with our community, because we've all heard the phrase, it takes a village, and it really does. We have to be able to wrap around our arms around all of our kids in all aspects of their life. And a lot of that has to do with how well the school and the home interact and work together. So our first goal statement is related to developing an inclusive communication process, or a process for inclusive communication. So in year 1, we'll be developing, conducting, and analyzing the results of a communication survey. We want to hear from our parents. We want to hear from our community about their communication preferences. What do you want to hear from us? How do you want to receive it? And that relates to the delivery style. We also are going to be researching resources to facilitate communication and translation services. We have some translation services in our district. In fact, there's some on the agenda tonight. However, we fall very short in this area. And we have great resources on our parent advisory group, as well as in the community to help support that further for our families and students. We'll be generating a clear process for inclusive communication that really outlines protocols, and that will include both school-based community and the broader community communications. Of course, this will be done in collaboration with our communications department, but helping to make sure that the communication that families receive in one building, we don't have families in another building that maybe don't have access to that same type of communication in the same way. And then we'll be updating our communication resources for families to be more inclusive and user-friendly, and that involves things like looking at our website and our enrollment center documents and our calendar piece, which we have been working toward. In year 2, we want to continue that surveying. So as new families are enrolling in our district, we want to make sure that we continue to collect that information so that we are staying up to date and meeting the needs of all of our families. We'll be training our staff and community then on that communication process and the translation resources as appropriate, so that everybody's on the same page about how you should be receiving information and what information you'll be receiving. And then implementing that clear process of inclusive communication that outlines those protocols based on purpose and audience. And so, that's an important thing for us to be considering as well. Down in the right-hand corner of year 3, this is where you see kind of our pulse check on this plan. After we've gotten year 1 and year 2 going, we want to be conducting a community survey to gather feedback on how are we doing on these items, and additional feedback that we might need to be worked in as we continue to develop the plan, because we know we won't be done after year 3. The next goal is about developing and sharing community resources and partnership opportunities among the school community. And so we'll be inventorying existing resources and business partnerships within the district. We certainly have some of those going already, and don't necessarily know or have a clear collection of what all of our schools use across the district. So we'll be inventorying that. Generating a resource guide outlining those internal and external supports for students and families. based on that communication survey. So that'll be one of the pieces where we are collecting. What type of resources and supports do you need us to share with you? This next one is definitely one that came up in our community conversation. It came up in our survey. It came up in our parent advisory group. That question of what do you mean by? And so a lot of the feedback that we looked at, we were able to pull out, okay, our community needs to understand what we mean by marginalized groups, what we mean by culturally responsive practices. And so we'll be working to define and communicate to our school community those equity and access terms that we use throughout the process. We will also provide opportunities for the school community to engage in dialogue, so more community conversations around those school-based topics. And that's something that will continue over the years. We heard a lot of positive feedback about that opportunity and a desire to engage in more of those conversations. In year 2, we'll be expanding those business partnerships. For instance, I know I mentioned Laura Voss being in the audience tonight in one of our parent advisory group members. She shared some really great ideas and ways that we can partner with local organizations and businesses. So continuing to expand those partnerships. We will be hosting a community university event to support our families in learning about our district programs and systems that we have in place to support students. We did have community university several years back. It has been our intention to get that going again, and then all things COVID. And so we want to intentionally have that worked in so that we're making sure we're getting back to that. Monitoring attendance and feedback at those community events so that we, can be pulse checking. Are those the right events to be having? Analyzing our engagement events already offered and developing a plan for that consistent communication. And then in year 3, developing a structure for sharing connection and celebration ideas to promote collaboration across the district. And so this is looking at, making sure that we have, again, regardless of what building you're in, we have a clear understanding for how we're celebrating our students, our families. For instance, we know there are some really great Diwali celebrations at Goshen Lane Elementary, and so making sure that we're continually expanding those for consistent experiences across the district. And then provide GJPS presence at 2 community events per year. So getting our schools out into community events to make sure we're continuing to build those partnerships and show our camaraderie across the community. So our future follow-up, we have 3 things here. We'll certainly have the ongoing data review for accountability. We have outlined having progress checks each year in November and March, and certainly making adjustments as necessary. We will continue meeting with our parent advisory group, and right now the cadence is going to be 3 times a year. So in September to pulse check how we're going to start the year, and then January and April, which will help to kind of follow those reviews that we've done internally, and then we can share out with the parent advisory group. And then also making sure that we're getting that teacher professional development going so that we have those intentional supports being put in place to help our students. This last slide is just the next steps. So like we said, we've been working on developing this plan for a couple years. We do feel like it's pretty robust, but we also believe it's a living document, and we'll continue to monitor as appropriate and as feedback shows us that we need to. One of the things that we know that we need to do is re-engage our staff members on these focus areas and action teams. We are so proud that we had over 100 staff members join us at the onset of this project, but we know that we're bringing on more than 100 new staff members this year alone, and we've heard a lot about their interest in engaging in this work. So we're going to re-engage with those staff members to bring more team members on board because there's a lot of work to be done. We are going to be outlining those implementation tasks. We talked about that, the nitty-gritty, like, okay, how are we going to get this done? We are also going to be developing student feedback groups so that we have that ongoing pulse check with students to see how they're feeling, what are we missing along the way. And then continuing to just provide updates along the way to the Board of Education and the greater community. So, that was a lot. And we really processed, should we go through all 3 years or should we really just highlight year one? And we thought this is really our only chance to really lay it out on the table and talk about it all at once. So we apologize for the length. Any?
I know there are questions, so give us a minute. Do you want to go ahead?
I have 2 questions. I love the piloting the student-to-student mentoring program, and because might be so powerful, and the kids are so electronically oriented, did you consider doing it via Zoom so that we don't have to go through the transportation nightmare and time delay of getting that implemented?
We honestly didn't talk about Zoom, primarily because when we're thinking about the younger kids, our elementary age kids are zoomed out. I don't know if that's a term. But it's very difficult to get them to engage in that manner in a meaningful way. And so when we're thinking about older students coming over and connecting with them, we're thinking about playing Uno and being really interactive with them and really being a presence for them that they can see and interact with. I think we may be able, depending upon the student, to pull off Zoom maybe with middle schoolers if they're being mentored by high schoolers. That could be an option that we could definitely explore.
The question is, several times you referenced an equity reflection tool. Is this like a national defined tool that we are purchasing, or is this something that's being created?
Yes, so it actually is something that's been created using other resources that are available that have been vetted, but just looking at like the full picture of the things that we wanted to reflect on, and all of the things that we wanted to improve within our equity plan. We felt like one pre-made tool didn't really kind of give us everything that we needed. So we compiled a ton of different resources and pulled those together to create our own. Mm-hmm.
Just go down the line. Mrs. Horn.
I just want to say, great job. Amazing. I know the amount of work that was done, and I know from participating in the community group, there's a lot of opinions. So I commend you all for working through all of those. The only question that I had was more from the standpoint of our staff. And I don't know, within the Panorama process, is there a way that we know how our staff feels? Because I feel like the students are going to pick up on how staff feels and if they really feel like they belong. So I think that's a missing link. I just don't know how we get to that.
That's a great question, and we have, since the inception of our implementation of Panorama in Gahanna, we have collected staff perceptions as well. There's a specific survey through Panorama that we've done consistently for climate. Since 2019, when we originally started using Panorama, Panorama has added some additional staff surveys that we can also look at, like, as you're saying, like, what's the sense of belonging for our staff too? And that's something that we're considering for future assessments, but that was just recently added. But we have consistently gotten feedback from them on climate and how they're feeling in the environment. So we do have that data. Yeah.
One more thing is I was looking or thinking about the Panorama again. So 6th through 12th grade is a pretty big group. Mm-hmm. And I can remember with my kids, middle school, it's its whole separate ball of wax there. And to say, is there any difference when we look at that to separate out, 6th to 8th versus 9 through 12? And do we have different sub-action steps for that versus?
Panorama specifically reports 3, 5, and 6, 12 in their grouping. However, every building has its own specific Panorama results. So every middle school can look at their results, and the high school can look at their results as well as every elementary school can dig deep into their specific results too. Yeah.
And it's broken by grade level.
And it is broken up by grade level. So like I said, there's literally a chart that shows sense of belonging kind of going like this as kids get older. And so that's why we really want to focus our area in that. Is there anything you wanted to add?
I'll go last, so Mrs. Coates.
Echoing what Sue said, I mean, this is such thorough and detailed work. I'm wowed by it, and I applaud all of you and everyone that was a part of it. I love that you identified gaps and leaned into them, and I also loved all the measurement and checkpoints you put in through the entire process, so that's just amazing. On the first action step, the conduct and analyze surveys to determine the interest in clubs, and you guys might have already thought about this, but the shy kids. And so I've heard a lot of feedback from my kids' friends that if they didn't know someone going to that club meeting, they didn't want to go. But that might be where your mentoring program could be helpful too.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, for sure. And I've even seen that at the high school level with students that I've worked with that are very reluctant to try a club, and if I go with them and say, I'll take you, they're willing to go. And so I think that's a great point, and maybe that's something that we can include in our survey too, is how likely would you, if you had the means and availability to go, how likely would you be willing to participate in a club? And what would stop you from going? Is it that you don't know anyone there? So I think that's a great idea to include in the survey.
And then that reflection tool, we've used it at Ohio Health. I'm sure it's not the same, it's the same thing. We kind of made it our own. And it started out as a reflection tool, but then people started talking about what they found in their own reflection tool. So I think you're going to get a lot of robust discussion that will come out of that. So I love that idea. And then I appreciated you spelling out the definitions to some of these, so that was helpful for us as newbies on here. And no one's going to be surprised that I say this. I love the focus on communications. I'm sure Judy is feeling the same way I am. Love that. And that the definitions are so important. I've found that as I've been talking to the community that sometimes the disagreement is just because we had two different definitions. So again, love that focus too. Really, really amazing work. Thank you to everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to echo everything that's been said. I feel so inspired and uplifted, and I really appreciate the parents spending all that time. It's really hard work, and it's really hard to have these difficult conversations when people have such mixed and different objectives and perspectives, and I have so much respect for all of you. I don't really have questions. I am just overwhelmed with you're taking on so much, and it's so methodical and so impressive. And I just have so much respect for you all, and the honesty that I see where people are accountable for areas that we see and know that we have work to do and growth. Just so much respect for that. Numbers don't lie, and we're looking at it, and it's really clear to me that we're making so much progress, and why? Because this is the work that you do every day, and you've been doing it, and all the hours, I just can't say enough about my gratitude. And I'm all about mentoring. It's like a dream. I just see it, and I'm just so, I can't wait, and I know that the students are going to be so excited, and the house system, so brilliant. I mean, I just was just like, all these things you're doing is so brilliant, and it's going to work, and it's already working, and we have the tools and the people, and it takes every person who steps up and shows up for late night hours, working together and meeting people and showing up. And our kids are definitely so worth it. So I'm just laughing and smiling during your whole presentation, so thank you.
I think that's fair that I have to follow Mr. Manley, but I guess I set that up myself. I do actually have a couple questions, but I echo the praise. I know that this has been a lot of work and a lot of time in the midst of a lot of other work and a lot of time dedicated to other things. So I am incredibly grateful for the continued focus on this, because the data shows how important it is for for our kids. One of the questions that I had was actually the question that Mrs. Horn asked related to sense of belonging for staff. And it sounds like we already have some data. I guess I will be curious to hear not just what the data is, but how we plug that data into these action steps, because I can't imagine that the research doesn't support that for our kids to feel a sense of belonging, it's really important that our staff also feel that sense of belonging. So I guess I look forward to more discussion about that. The other question, okay, so one is a real easy question. It is, will you please make sure that we have those slides? Because we have this, which has some of it, but I'd like some of those other slides. I couldn't read some of what was on them. So, and then the last question that I had is really, I guess like Mrs. Coates, I am so grateful to see the focus on communication. You have so much patience with us because pretty much we've unknowingly jumped into it, over the years and the questions that we've asked about communication. I mean, a lot of the work was already being done and talked about. We just didn't necessarily know. So thank you for your patience with us with all of those questions. But related to communication, it sounded like you're going to do some renewed focus on talking with staff, but what about with students? So one of the most frequent things that I hear from students is, they go and they do all these surveys, they're filling out Panorama, they're taking individual class surveys, and they feel like they're just sending this information out into the universe and nothing happens, there's no response, nothing changes. And I understand, we have this action plan and things are happening and will continue to happen, but what kind of communication is planned for students so that they know that these things are all connected?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that will happen in a few different ways. We talked about the student groups that we want to be forming. I also know, I won't steal the thunder, but Dr. Deagle's going to be forming some student advisory groups as well. And I think we have to be intentional about the way we're communicating some of the changes as well. And there, as Kara mentioned, the monitoring checks along the way. So when we're making some changes to the curriculum, making sure we're making that apparent and getting feedback on all of those little pieces as well. So I think it will happen in a multitude of ways, but we definitely have to make sure that we keep that at the forefront.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Baird, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. I'm just so proud of all of you. This is my last meeting, and just seeing this today just fills me with joy and gratitude and a lot of love for the work you're doing. And it's thoughtful, it's reflective, it makes us vulnerable in a way. We're looking in the mirror and we're saying we don't always like what we see and we want to fix it. And, Camille, I was at the parent group where there was some conflict, and it was my favorite part of the meeting because it made this real. You guys wanted to be able to answer to people when you went to Kroger or you were at a soccer game. What are you doing in that equity group, right? And you were getting information with like a fire hose, and you didn't feel like you had time to process, and our team worked with you and the parent group, and I'm not just saying you, but the whole group. And I thought that wasn't high conflict, that was healthy conflict. And it got us to this place, and you're going to be advocates and supporters and champions, but you're also going to be critical friends when we miss things. And so, thank you.
I really liked what you said about progress over perfection, and that is sometimes really hard to do, but I absolutely agree, like that's how you move forward in a good way, and then all those checkpoints that have been put in help make progress over perfection more comfortable. So thank you for like highlighting that part of it too, because that's critical.
Well, thank you very much. The next, whoever has to follow that, Mr. Marshall. We have from Gahanna Jefferson Education Association, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, wow. Good evening, my name is Dwayne Marshall, and I teach government and African American history, which is an elective course that has been expanded from a semester course to a year-long course starting this fall due to expanded curriculum of African American experience and contributions to American history. Along with being the Social Studies Department Chair, I am also serving on both the Ohio Education Association and National Education Association Board of Directors. During the 4th of July week, Paige Harding, Don Sanford, Chris Swisser, and I joined 6,000 educators from around the world in Chicago to conduct the business of the NEA. During the largest Democratic business meeting in the country, we were inspired by such speakers as the cast of Abbott Elementary, which is a TV sitcom about teaching in elementary school, very good show. Should watch this on Hulu. The Teacher of the Year, which is Kurt Russell from Oberlin, Ohio, and he is the first African-American male to receive such an honor. And, and of course we heard from Vice President Kamala Harris. There is a misconception about the use of our time during the summer since teachers only work for 9 months of the year. Most of our teachers are not only recuperating from one of the most stressful years I can remember, but many are taking this time to boost their knowledge of curriculum, investigating new strategies for reaching students, as we know that students are learning differently from students in the past, and we are preparing for all the changes in our physical environment as well as our building and expanding, and of course, some changes that's going to happen with equity. Our teachers are resilient, and they view this as a partnership as we get ready for what we hope to be a successful school year. As the first day of school is fast approaching, teachers are looking forward to what we hope not only to be a new year, but a more positive environment for our students and staff. Teachers are aware of what is happening around as outside forces are proposing changes to how and what we teach. One such proposal is to post detailed lesson plans by July 1st for the entire year. Doing such an ask will diminish our classroom flexibility and could severely dampen our up-to-date real-world examples that our students relate to. To the changing of history to bend the truth with examples such as a Texas legislator who wants to change the word slavery to involuntary relocation. And to ban books limiting students and parent choice. It is no coincidence that most of these books are being attacked are books from minority and LGBTQIA+ authors. Yes, this year will be challenging, but teachers are ready to do what's necessary to render a Class A education, including fighting for what's best for our students. Teachers believe that parental input is viable, but input is an addition, not a replacement for our expertise. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Marshall. Next, we have Mrs. Mooring from Finance and Facility Committee.
We met on Tuesday. Oh, okay. That's all right. Tuesday, July 19th, and there were 3 items on our agenda. We each month cover the financial results of the prior period and prior fiscal year to date period. And I'm sure Scott and Mr. Gooding's going to share the results, but very proud of the administration. We came in 3% higher on revenues and 1% under on expenses. So that is for the last fiscal year. So strengthens us going into this current fiscal year. We also had an update from our owner's rep on the Phase 2 projects. We have 4 projects identified: the elementary expansions at High Point and Blacklick, the middle school expansions, and the high school, as well as Blacklick athletics. So Finance Committee is where those are covered in depth. And so if that is a topic that's of interest, tune in or come to a Finance Committee meeting for that. We did have a third agenda item, but we pushed it to next month. Treasurer Gooding is going to start a little learning session for fund accounting of school districts, because it is a very different beast than your normal corporate accounting system, GAAP accounting. So if you're interested in learning more, I think we're going to start in August. And so feel free to join us to learn more about that.
Mrs. Mooring. Next, from Policy and Governance Committee, Mr. Manley.
Hi, everybody. Policy is, we meet quarterly, so I have no report, but we are going to be meeting Tuesday if you'd care to join us, and that's Tuesday the 26th, 6:30. Thank you.
Thank you. And then from Student Learning and Achievement Committee, Mrs. Coates.
Thank you. So at our last meeting, we had a focus on athletics and how it creates a sense of belonging for our students. Our guests were Athletic Director Catherine Harris, Coach Whitaker, who's our track coach, and our student athlete Juju Grubich. They each talked about sense of belonging from their perspective. Really loved hearing about Juju's journey. She was homeschooled, and then it was her involvement in middle school. She was able to come to athletics at one of our middle schools that helped her make the decision that she wanted to attend Gahanna Lincoln High School. So it was really wonderful hearing from her. Some other key takeaways were just really seeing all of our sports opportunities. You just don't realize how robust it is till you see it all together. We talked about the process of cuts that have to happen sometimes in sports and how we support the students that impacts. But we're really surprised by the number of sports that do not have to make cuts. So that was really good to see. We also talked about student athletes helping with youth camps, and that all of our athletes have the opportunity to become part of a student athlete leadership team where they really focus on community service projects and building character. And then we also heard and wanted to make sure everyone had the date on their calendar that the stadium farewell party is going to be August 27th from 5 to 7 p.m. And it sounds like the plans are going to be a lot of fun for the entire community. So very excited to attend.
Mrs. Coates. We are now on the public participation section of our agenda, and just in case there was anybody who intended to speak during public participation but didn't fill out a public participation form, those forms are on the table when you walked into the room, and you just need to fill one out and make sure that I have it before we get through this section of the agenda if you had intended to speak but didn't fill out a form yet. So public participation is a part of our agenda that we reserve for you, the community members. It is your opportunity to come and address the board. I just try to remind people it is not intended to be a dialogue. It is reserved specifically for you to be able to speak and address the board. Our public participation policy provides for 3 minutes. However, there is an opportunity to request 2 additional minutes. I've never not granted the 2 additional minutes unless, well, I've never not granted. The purpose of putting a time limit is to be respectful of everybody's time. But we set the clock at 5 minutes. There's a clock that counts down right over there. It is not intended to stress you out. It is actually just intended so that you have some idea of how long you've been speaking for. And again, you are addressing the board, not any one particular board member, but the board as a whole. So I'm just going to read through the slips in the order that I have them. You do not need to introduce yourself because I'll call out your name, and you don't need to give your address verbally because that's why we have the form. So the first slip that I have is from Onita Bryson.
I am Onita Bryson, a member of the LGBTQ community in Gahanna Schools. I am Onita Bryson, a member of the LGBTQ community in Gahanna Schools. My friends and I have received homophobic comments at school which made us feel unaccepted and unwanted. In a time where LGBTQ rights are being questioned, it is crucial for schools to be a safe space for LGBTQ youth. Something that would show queer students the school genuinely cares about them is including Gahanna Schools in the Columbus Pride Parade. When I went to the Pride Parade this year with Gahanna Schools, it was absolutely astonishing to see teachers and students alike waving flags and passing out candy. Every time I saw someone wearing a flag or holding a flag in general, I'd get excited like a young child on Christmas morning. Seeing people like me out in public unapologetically was absolutely thrilling. Watching people watching the parade would cheer as we passed it. It made me feel like there are people who do care about me, even if they aren't always seen. It is so important for Gahanna Schools to partake in the Pride Parade so that other LGBTQ students can feel the same excited rush I got. So many people I know don't have a safe space to come out in. If they came out in their homes or talked about the mistreatment they faced at school, it could potentially be dangerous for them. For students who can't be who they are at home, schools should be able to provide a safe environment for them. Gahanna Schools, and most schools in general, have always spread the message of being yourself. A Pride Parade is where everyone can feel proud of who they are and be themselves. If Gahanna Schools are allowed to participate in the 4th of July parade, a parade which is also about being proud of yourself and others, how is an LGBTQ Pride Parade any different? An experience such as partaking in an amazing environment, amazing accepting environment such as a Pride Parade can last a lifetime, which is why it is so important for your students in Gahanna Schools to have this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
The next slip that I have is from Sandra Bryson. That wasn't fair to make you go after her, was it?
And I'm a crier, so hopefully, hopefully I can make it through this. So, my name's Sandra Bryson. Onita is my wonderful child, and they will be starting 9th grade this year. I just wanted to take a moment and thank the school district, the members of the school board, the administrators, and the teachers, and other members of our community that showed up for our kids at the LGBTQ Pride Parade. My family moved to Gahanna in 1983 when I was just a year old. My older sister and I both graduated from Gahanna, and my father was a school bus driver for Gahanna Schools for 25 years. My parents still live in the house that I grew up in. I knew I wanted my kiddo to go to Gahanna, where we were able to move to the district in 2013, just after Onita started kindergarten. Onita came out to me when they were 10, and their journey to self-discovery was the most difficult during 8th grade. Other students called Onita the F-slur, showed them articles about how LGBTQ people are going to hell, and made demeaning remarks about their body, questioning their true gender. Onita sought help from the adults at her school, but it became a chore to tell an adult every single time something terrible was said. At a time when the LGBTQ community is being attacked by legislation that threatens to require schools to deny their existence, examine their genitals to see which sports team they can play on, or deny gender-affirming health care. It was heartening to see our school district show that it was dedicated and is dedicated to the acceptance and inclusion of my LGBTQ youth. This year, I saw that dedication in a lot of different ways. When the school board made a resolution in opposition to House Bill 616, 332, and 327, and its recognition that these bills are detrimental to education, to our educators, and would worsen the mental health crisis plaguing our students. I saw it again when Oneida and I were invited to participate in the Columbus Pride Parade with the district. I could see the excitement in Oneida's eyes at the thought of going to a parade where they would be celebrated rather than ridiculed. Oneida reveled in the sea of rainbow flags as we walked down High Street to the sounds of people cheering for us. It was a rush of positivity, of acceptance, and of absolute love for people who were just being who they are. Oneida told me later that they've never been somewhere where they felt so loved, accepted, and affirmed. Thank you. Seeing our school district do more than just pay lip service to its marginalized students by actively taking steps to show them that they belong and are welcome in our schools is vital for these students. I've seen negative comments from some Gahanna residents about the school district's participation in the Pride Parade, saying that it supports a political agenda or a problematic lifestyle choice. But these commenters are wrong. Being LGBTQ+ is just part of who a person is. It's just as being a cisgender heterosexual woman is a part of who I am. None of these characteristics are a choice. And it's not political for me to be a woman or to be heterosexual, and neither is it political for someone to be transgender or bisexual. As a parent of an LGBTQ youth who has been mistreated by their classmates, I am all too aware of the statistics that show that my child is more than 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers. I also know that research has shown that LGBTQ youth in affirming schools have lower suicide rates, and that LGBTQ youth who have trusted adults in their schools have higher levels of self-esteem. An affirming environment is exactly what Gahanna Jefferson should be creating for its students. Children with higher self-esteem and who feel a sense of belonging and acceptance are better able to engage with their education. And that's the end goal, for our school district to be able to educate all of our students. That's all of my prepared remarks, but I just also wanted to say that I'm very excited to hear about the Access and Equity Plan. I think that's going to do a lot for a lot of students in our community. Thanks.
The last slip that I have is from Heather Haringa. Did I pronounce your last name right?
It's Haringa.
Haringa. I'm sorry.
Haringa. I'm going to grab myself a tissue now because after listening to those, I'm probably already starting with a lump in my throat. So my name is Heather McMunn Haringa. This is my 21st year in education and my 19th year here at Gahanna. I've served as a classroom teacher, an EL teacher, and I'm currently a school counselor. In addition to this, I work at a private practice here in Gahanna part-time doing clinical counseling work. And last but not least, I can say that I am a proud product of Gahanna Schools as well. So out of all the stories that I hear with people that I work with, the ones that tend to most often break a person's soul come from a lack of acceptance and belonging. Whether it is for the color of their skin, how they dress, what they look like, the religion that they do or do not practice, or for who they love. What makes the biggest impact is the level of acceptance that they receive from their family, their classmates, and their community. I was lucky enough to be able to walk with the Gahanna Jefferson School District for the first time in the Stonewall Columbus Pride Parade. I don't know if I've ever been more proud to call myself a Gahanna Lion. On the faces and in the eyes of people in the crowd, I could see and feel gratitude. A deep thankfulness that as some school districts are limiting what students and staff should be allowed to say, read, and think, Gahanna is embracing the first tenet of our equity and access plan for all, which is belonging. I know in that crowd that there were people who wished that their kids were going to Gahanna. I also know in that crowd that there were people who wished that they would have had a school to go to that would have embraced them. On that Saturday, Gahanna continued to widen its circle to let people from the LGBT plus community know that they belong and that they're loved. Humans have a need for certainty, and that need can sometimes cloud the way we treat each other. I'm certain of very little, but I am certain of this, that I am proud to be a part of this Gahanna Jefferson School District as we lead the way to let every Gahanna student, employee, family, and community member know that they are accepted and they belong here in Gahanna. I look forward to supporting our school district as we continue to be an example of what inclusive community looks like, a place where everyone belongs. I'm appreciative to the school board and to the administration for your continued support and work towards this common goal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to grab the box of tissues back. Are there any recommended additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda tonight? Okay. Is there a motion then to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Any discussion? Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Motion carried.
We are on to the superintendent's report. Mr. Barrett?
Evening. I'm just going to start out with a couple things, and Jill has a couple things that she'll cover as well. In an effort to connect more with students, we know that here in Gahanna, across our state and across the country, that students are hurting. We know that they're going to need extra help to get caught up, and we're spending ESSER funds and mental health and tutoring to do that. But we also need our community's support. And so in our last update, we talked about having volunteers come in to help our students and teachers. And we've kind of, because of the pandemic, we've kind of gotten away from that. But we want to reinstitute just getting as many volunteers as possible to help our students. I don't think, given the gaps that are there, that we can do it alone with classroom teachers and aides and alternate instructors. So I'm hoping that people decide to volunteer. Want to welcome Kiev Lamar. He's our new principal at Middle School West, and I want to wish Mr. Tart, who did a great job for our students, the best. Want to update the Blacklick and High Point construction projects. They're going very well. Just a few highlights. The academic wing, sand and paint is going on drywall at Blacklick. Primer and paint finish coats on walls. Electrical panel tubs and electrical wires are going in, and they're starting the ceiling grids. Also, the gymnasium roofing is continued to be put down, and there's rough-in plumbing happening for our restrooms there. And the interior renovations are wrapping up as well, and we're installing sidewalks and at the academic addition. And it's a little complicated. We're also doing some phase 1 work at High Point and Blacklick, and so timing and coordinating with the Rosilli team, with our team, is a little complicated. And I want to thank Aaron Winter and Scott Lofton for their work on that. At High Point, just installed the roof on the academic wing at High Point, continuing with the brick masonry veneer and installing exterior doors and windows, rough-in interior mechanical and electrical systems the gymnasium, the masonry is continuing to build the walls and the brick veneer, and installing the roof joists, decking, and roofing. Remember, those roof joists were long lead items because of the pandemic. They stopped making them. So anything that is made of steel that goes on a roof or is a joist, it's about 9 to 14 months out. So we're grateful that those are in. And also the site utilities and grading is still happening, and continuing with the interior renovations. So that's exciting. Our middle school projects, our designers are moving from design development to construction documents, so that should happen very soon. We did some pricing. The first round, we were 2.4% over budget, which is a great number. We hope that number holds as the bidding continues and Russilli continues to get pricing. In this market, they're seeing projects 20, 30, 40% over because of the supply chain issues, material costs, labor shortages, and a whole host of issues. And the Central Ohio market is on fire with construction. There's construction happening everywhere, from Nationwide Children to OSU. We have the Intel project that's 20 minutes away. So even if there's a recession, Mark Ogden from Turner presented at our finance meeting. He doesn't think prices will soften in Central Ohio because there's so much work right now in the pipeline. So we're continuing to kind of battle that and value engineer our way out of it. And right now, we're about just over 15 million or so, depending on what value engineering items we accept at the high school. So that's a big number. The percentage is around 15 or around 10% or higher, and that percentage is good in this market, but that's a big number. And so we're continuing to look at options and value engineer the high school project. We appreciate the hard work of our design team, the estimators at Russilli, and our district staff. We are very decisive when it comes to value engineering, and there's a lot of really tough decisions. So was gonna talk about teaching professions, but I'm gonna let Dion talk about that in his Eastland Fairfield report. He has some students that we were gonna recognize. They did some very great things, some awards that they won. Want to highlight Mark Lowry's TV program, Lincoln Live, on the 24th in our, this Sunday in our auditorium. The high school Emmys are happening. So there's pizza. If you want to go, you can RSVP, and it's a lot like watching the Emmys. It's the same group that does the television Emmys does this, and we're in the Ohio Valley region, and I think we have 18 submittals, and I think we're going to win a few. One of them is a story about Dion, so I think that's going to be a winner for sure. And so if you can't make it to the auditorium, you can also, there's a link I think we sent out. I wrote an article in the Dispatch, and there's a link, and you can watch it on Zoom. So that's exciting. And on July 27th, there's a summer reading challenge, Elephant and Piggy Party at Lincoln Elementary. That's Wednesday, July 27th from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. And that's for everyone in the district, not just Lincoln Elementary students. We still have COVID-19 tests in the district. We have some people still trickling in. We know this, I think, what is it now, the variant A.5. It's sort of taking off. I think it's more transmissible outside. So, hopefully we'll be able to kind of start school without a whole lot of spread. But we have had a few people ask for tests lately. And I just want to turn it over to Jill Elliott, and then I'll say a few words after.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I'm going to start by just talking about the calendars. I know everyone is eagerly awaiting to see how the results of the survey turned out and where we're going to land. I am going to be presenting those in August. I can guarantee that we're going to be starting later as we approach this early start. But we are working through some MOA details with the teachers union. Of course, the potential decrease in student days, we have to make sure we have contract language worked out about teacher responsibilities on those days as well. So more to come, and I'll also share details related to the specific feedback that came in on the surveys. I wanted to talk a little bit about the field use related to athletics and band. I know we've had some communication. We do have a plan worked out that Mr. Barrett and Kat Harris actually had a chance today to just tie up some loose ends with. But we have a very detailed schedule outlining when the football team is going to be practicing, when the boys soccer team, when the girls soccer team, when the JV teams, the freshman football teams, so that we have, the ability for all of those teams to be functioning. We will be able to utilize the grass space behind the stadium for a little bit longer than we originally thought. And so that is incorporated into the plan through the end of August. And then we also have plans worked in for the band to be able to utilize the turf on those Monday evenings when they usually practice each week in the month of August. And then once we give up the stadium and we have some of that fencing that goes into play, we've already been working with Russilli and talking with the band directors about where they'll practice after, and that will be shifting to the parking lot east of the band room. We're still kind of working out some details because it does involve losing parking, which is going to be a pain point for us this year. And so that's something for us to just be aware of, because we'll be losing some parking at the north end as well as some parking down there in that southeast corner. But we're trying to see if we can preserve a little bit more of that green space for the band for the band practice, so that we don't lose quite as much parking. Let's see here. I also wanted to announce I had previously shared where our home games that are being played off-site were going to be located, and just wanted to call out a change to that. We were planning to have our football team play at Otterbein on September 16th, and that has been changed to Thomas Worthington due to some time conflicts. We were going to have to start the game pretty late, so luckily Thomas Worthington was able to step in and serve as a partner for us there. The last thing I wanted to touch on is we just finished a successful 2-day admin retreat. Very long and intense. It was nice to have our whole team together. We have 10 new administrators, whether it's for new positions or filling retired positions or vacancies. Our principals are working really hard. Our assistant principals are working really hard. Our curriculum team's working really hard to prepare for the kids. So we really enjoyed our time together. And also, we are preparing for new staff orientation, which will be held the first week of August 2nd and 3rd, and then 4th, an additional day for our special education staff. We will have, as of today, 81 certified staff members that will be participating in that new staff orientation. We also have orientation opportunities for classified staff, and I think we were up to maybe 126 new hires this year. Is that right? Does that sound right? Oh, openings. That's right, okay. And then we're also planning for convocation this year to invite all of our staff back to the district. So lots going on. We're excited for the new year.
I want to thank the city for working with our attorneys to develop a memorandum of agreement. Started out as a memorandum of understanding, and we changed it to memorandum of agreement to get started on our stadium project. So a shovel will go in the ground soon. It's going to start a little bit later than August 1st, and so we're going to be able to use the field a little longer. So it's going to enable our band to practice the Mondays, every Monday in August, and it's going to allow our soccer teams, boys and girls, to use the turf, and our football team to practice all together. So 9th through 12th grade practicing together. And so it will be, there'll be some fencing that goes up, but that'll take a couple weeks. Maybe by mid-August, the fencing will surround the site, and then the digging will start. And so there's lots of festivities for August that are going to be happening in regard to the stadium, parent nights or senior nights, So it's an exciting time. And there'll be some pain points, obviously. There'll be some issues with parking so that we can accommodate the band in the old Lincoln Elementary parking lot. And we just hope people are patient with our team as we navigate through it. It's not going to be a normal year in that sense. And I just want to conclude just to say that my heart is just filled with so much pride and gratitude for our team, our teachers, our support staff. We have close to 1,000 employees in our district, and they work hard every day. And the last 2 years, as Dwayne said, have been the most trying in education. Not only is it difficult because kids miss so much, they've also been through a lot of trauma. And our lifeguards at the city, at the pool, were talking at the city council meeting Monday about the behavior that they're seeing, and it's also behavior our teachers are seeing and our principals are seeing. And that's why this equity work and the sense of belonging work is so important. Kids have been traumatized. They're not the same. It's not just learning gaps. It's showing up to school and being acclimated socially and emotionally to learn. And I hear folks in our community and others that when we talk about social and emotional learning, they push back and they think it's in lieu of or instead of math or reading, and it's not. It's both and. We know that our brains are inextricably linked with our emotions and the way we learn. We know that. There's so much research that supports that. And so at one of our meetings recently, and I thought about it for a long time, somebody said, when we were talking about this type of learning, somebody said, you only want to affirm kids. Why don't you inspire them? And my answer was, don't really know how to inspire anyone unless you affirm them, whether they're LGBTQIA or they come from an EL background, or they're black, or they're brown, or they're white. They're ours. And in this district, with our Board of Education and our team, our teachers, all means all to us. And I couldn't be prouder of everyone who presented tonight. And I know that Tracy, our new superintendent, is here tonight, and she's very proud. And we're on a trajectory to take care of our kids, to give them a sense of belonging, to make them feel like they count, like they matter, like they're somebody. And that's so, so important to me. And I just want to end without being a mess here, but I am so proud of our Board of Education, because we could not do this work if you hadn't affirmed our work in July of 2020, reaffirming our values, what we value as a school district, reaffirming our vision, our mission, and beliefs. And even though those might change as we evolve, it is a place where we started, and I'm so proud of that resolution. And then again, the resolutions to oppose 616, the Don't Say Gay bill, or 327 or 322. It's so, so important that we affirm our students and show them that in Gahanna, it doesn't matter who they are, they belong. And we could not do this work without all of you. And I remember April 18th, we went into a meeting, and I said to Jill, I was joking. I said, whose idea was this? Because we did not know what was going to happen when we had that community meeting to talk about our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. I mean, there were things in the news. There was crazy things happening everywhere, protests and over equity. And you know what? It was wonderful. And even the people in the rooms that opposed the work were healthy, mostly in healthy conflict and not high conflict. And so that was bold. We were vulnerable. And I was so proud that day of everyone who participated, even the ones who opposed some of the things we talked about. Because we can't do this work without our whole community, and it can't be meaningful and inspiring if it's not real. And I think if you talk to someone about what belonging really means, it's hard for them to walk away and be against it. And I just want to reiterate what I've said many times. This isn't just another thing. For some kids, this is a matter of life and death. The suicide rate is through the roof right now. Nationwide children can't take another kid because there's so many of them. They can take more kids, but they are overwhelmed. There are people going to Cincinnati Children's because right now Nationwide is overwhelmed. So I just want to say to Burl and Daphne and Sue and Dion and Kara, thank you so much for what you've done to affirm the work that you saw tonight, because without you, it could not have happened. So thanks very much. And I also want to thank Jennifer Chrysler and Brian Hairston, former board members, Matt Campbell, Joe Gottrin was a board member for a while, Jason Phillips and Jill Schuler. It is not an easy job, as all of you I think know, to be a board member. And thank you for the work that you've done. And also, I just want to reiterate, I'm so proud to have served here for 6 years, proud of our students, proud of our teachers and support staff, our principals, our bus drivers, our kitchen helpers. I can't name everybody, but everybody who comes to work with our kids every day. You've been through a lot these past couple of years, and I know it's going to get better. And so I'm so grateful for your support and your dedication. Thanks very much. And one more thing, and this is going to be the toughest. My partner in crime over there, Jill Elliott, has pushed me, and she is just so dedicated to this district, and we have done a lot of things together, and we read each other pretty well, but we don't always agree. And it's just been such a great opportunity to learn from her and bounce things off her and have her tell me that I'm wrong more often than sometimes I'm ready for. And but I have so much trust and admiration for you, and I know that you're going to work with our principals and Tracy to put our district on an unbelievable trajectory, and I couldn't be more proud of you.
Mr. Gooding, I'm going to turn it over to you for the treasurer's report. And please, to anyone, you are more than welcome to get up and go whenever you need to go. Please do so. These are long meetings sometimes.
Does that include me? Because I don't want to give my presentation after that. I've wanted to answer a report like I do right now. Wow. Yeah, so, Board Member Mooring, Daphne held it. Recap. We kind of talked through it, and in these meetings, I talk through it very briefly, because we talk about the financial report in great extent at the facility committee meeting. We've kind of gone through that, so really, if anybody wants to hear more about it, they can go back and watch on the link. But you're spot on. Revenues for the year, we were up 2.61%, which is great. Revenues up, expenses were down. We were under. Total variance was 0.97% on the expenses. So revenue was up, expenses were down. We're in a great position. That's where we want to be. The other things that we have for us, there's 5 items on the agenda here. Obviously, the financial report, there's a then and now, which is just, it's in compliance with a higher revised code. We just had a service that was provided before the purchase order was issued, so this just allows us, the purchase order's in the system now. This just gives me the authority to pay the bill. Appropriations, there were just some year-end adjustments that we needed to make as we went through some existing processes, which since that time have changed. So this is getting us up to where we needed to be. We missed a couple things that were in some various spreadsheets that we had, so this gets that complete for the original appropriations that we'll file with the county. Return of advance, this is just an accounting transaction that we do at the end of the year. There was an advance that we approved in June for the 022 fund, moving just over $9,500 from the general fund to cover a deficit. It was for services that were provided, that were billed. We just hadn't received payment for that bill yet. We have in the month of July. So all we're doing is returning the advance, what we have to do. And the last but not, definitely last but not least, is all of the donations that we've received from members of the community that we're extremely supportive and thankful for their continued contribution in support of what we do. That's all I got.
Kidding. If there's not an objection to taking the 5 items under letter C together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 5 under letter C, financial business?
So moved.
Thanks, Mrs. Horn, with a second from Mrs. Coates. Any additional discussion about these items? Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Motion carried.
There are 25 items for action under letter D, educational pupil programs and services. If there's not an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 25 under letter D?
Motion, make a motion.
Thanks, Mr. Manley. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Mrs. Mooring. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Motion carried.
There are 36 items for action under letter E, human resources. If there is not an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 36 under letter E?
So moved.
Thanks, Mrs. Coates. Is there a second? Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Any discussion about these items?
I do, on number 3, it looks like we need to have a date entered.
There's a blank in paragraph 2. Is the MOU signed by, who is signing the MOU? So has it already been signed by, so we don't actually have the date to fill in that blank yet? Yeah, because it won't, the MOU wouldn't be entered into until the date that it's signed, so should we, I don't know what we need to do with that. Can we leave it as is for now?
Because
mean-
they've agreed to it.
Right.
And now, we're finishing it, so by approving it tonight, I would, the date in that would be tonight once.
Oh, I thought-
Assuming the board.
I thought they have not yet signed it.
This would be
Oh, they did.
This would be the approval piece.
They already did. Oh, okay. Okay, so the date is today's date.
So assuming that the board votes to do
Got it.
that, then that would be today's date then.
If it passes when we vote. Okay.
Regarding that, though, can we just have a little bit more explanation about number 3, especially for all of us that's new? I know it's been like a multi-year kind of process, but just to kind of understand what it is, and then just the financial impact and the number of people that are impacted by that. I think it's important for us to understand a little bit more before we vote.
Yeah, sure. Shay, did you want to talk a little bit about it? She's on the committee and give us the best summary.
In case, yeah, you can come up here and talk. That'll be the best way to make sure that the video picks up the sound too. I was just going to reference, and I don't remember when the meeting, did we have a committee meeting? Finance and Facility Committee meeting, in case there's anyone.
November, I think.
You think it was November of 21?
I think so.
Okay, when we talked about it, just in case, in addition to the recap that you give us now, if there's anyone out in the community who's curious to see all of those details, that meeting is available on YouTube.
Perfect. So the addendum committee is a committee that's been functioning for a really long time. I believe it was in 2018 during the collective bargaining session for that year that the association entered into an agreement with the district to review all of our addendum contracts. They hadn't been reviewed in over 20 years, to take a look at salary placements, number of positions, just in general, how those positions were functioning and what their placement was looking like on our specific salary schedule for addendum contracts. So much like a lot of the work that started back in 2018, it got a little bit derailed and didn't get finished in the timely fashion that we would have liked. I believe the way that the contract language was written, this work was actually supposed to be completed in the 1920 school year. So we're a couple years behind. Fortunately, once we got back on our feet and got school up and running again, that committee was able to reconvene, get back together, and start getting back on track with the work. So what they did was they created a pretty robust survey that was sent out to all of the current addendum contract holders to really learn more about what their work was like, how many students they were serving, how much time they spent, how much parent contact they had, what the safety, level of safety concern might be like for their particular job responsibility. Just lots of really good information about what each of those positions looks like in reality. The committee also pulled together addendum contracts. Most other districts call them supplementals, by the way. We're one of the only districts that call them addendums. We don't know why. So you've probably heard it in other places referred to as supplemental contracts. So we pulled those supplementals from other districts in the area to take a look at how their structures were set up, where their similar type contracts were falling on their salary schedules. And what the committee found was that it's pretty easy to compare apples to apples in terms of athletics. Everybody has pretty much the same stuff. But when you drill down into those academic or other types of contracts, it's a little bit trickier to be able to compare apples to apples. So we relied pretty heavily on the results from that survey to compare those other contracts and kind of see what the committee thought made sense in terms of where to place them. So a couple of different types of recommendations came out of that work. We actually completed that work last summer, so summer of 2022. The committee was board approved for some additional hours to really dive into that data over the summer and look at putting these recommendations together for you. So in that MOU is a list of all of the changes that were recommended by the committee. There were changes in terms of salary schedule placement. I believe there are 10 or 12 steps on the schedule. I think there's 10 different classifications on the salary schedule for addendums. So some of them got moved. Maybe they were at a step 10 and we moved them to a step 8. The lower number means that it's a higher salary amount. There was also some recommendations for some additions. One of the things that we've struggled with over the last few years specific to athletics is that we never really know how many kids are going to participate in those activities from year to year. So we found that, there might be a year where we've had 25 kids participating, and the following year we've got 75, and one person can't handle that. So instead of going back, every time a change needed to be made with addendum, we had to come back to the board and the association with an MOU, have the whole association vote. The board had to vote, so they were really tedious and time-consuming changes to make for a pretty simple adjustment. So one of the things that was included in the recommendations was that we be able to more quickly act on those without needing approval from the association and the board. And so for every 20 or 25 students, we would add another assistant to help support for, obvious reasons, safety issues and such. Again, some of these positions were moved between groups. Some of the positions stayed as is and didn't really have any changes. And then in some cases, we recommended additions to the support that was happening with that addendum contract. So you'll see adding, just automatically 2 assistants. For example, I think number 12, high school boys and girls lacrosse assistants, 2 assistants each. So that's an addition to what was already included in the previous contract. There were a few cases where we actually removed the addendum contract. We found that it just didn't really, not very many, a couple, there were 3, I think, where we determined that that addendum just really wasn't necessary. I think spring and winter game manager was one, because there's nothing to manage. So it just wasn't being utilized and wasn't needed. So we eliminated that. So there were a couple of those. And then I know there were probably the biggest monetary amount, which we had a question about recently, was in relation to the middle school team leaders and the RTI data coaches. So I think what we talked about earlier was really kind of important for you to understand the importance of some of those roles. The team leaders have always been in place. There have always been 9 team leaders per school. What was happening with the addendums was all 9 of those people were splitting one contract. So they were getting pennies to do that work. I mean, it was very little money to do all of the hard work that they do as team leaders. They function very similar to the department chairs that you probably know at the high school. So they handle a lot of leadership roles within the building. So it's not that they're new. They've always been there. We just weren't compensating them appropriately. And then similar with the RTI coaches, I thought we had changed the name. I thought we switched that to MTSS. You heard us talk earlier about MTSS. That's what this is. These are teachers who take on the responsibility of basically kind of managing when a student is going through the intervention process. They help to support that team with collecting the data related to whether or not that student is making progress. That's something that we've noticed through the process that can be really hard for teachers to take on and understand and do without that support. So those teachers get extra training, they get to better understand that process, and they support the classroom teacher and the students and the families along the way to understand how MTSS is happening and help us make sure that we're collecting the right data and that we're getting the right outcomes for those students. So those are really important positions. Similar to what was going on with the team leaders at the middle school level, the same thing was happening with data coaches at the elementary and I think it's middle school as well. We only had 1 contract at every building, and we had some buildings that had 6 data coaches because the work is so heavy. They are literally assigned a teacher to work with all year long, and some of them would have upwards of 10 or 12 different student and teachers that they were working with throughout the year, which is it's very time consuming for them. It's a lot of after school meetings. It's a lot of meeting during their lunch times or before or after school to make sure that those teachers are, those coaches are supporting those teachers along the process with MTSS. So again, it's not that those positions didn't exist. It's just that they were really splitting contracts and they weren't getting the appropriate compensation for the work that they were doing. So that's the gist of the work. If there are any specific questions, I'm happy to
So on that
answer.
38 and 39, it says RTI, but it's really MTSS.
It is.
Those are classroom teachers teaching a full load that are doing this in addition.
Correct.
With the addendum contract. Is that the most effective way to deliver that service? I'm just asking for the future, right? Like, I mean, I'm thinking if I have a classroom in the elementary of 25 students that I'm responsible for, and I might have, how many, as this one person in an elementary school across the school, that just seems overbearing to me.
Yeah. I can tell you how it worked when I was a principal. I can't speak for every school. I'm not exactly sure how their structures are, but I don't know when exactly this position came into being, Jill, but the way it kind of developed, Daphne, was we were already doing it. I will say that at Chapel Field, it typically wasn't a classroom teacher that filled that role. It was typically a reading teacher, an intervention specialist, somebody who was really specialized in the collection of data and understanding interventions. We wouldn't be able to find those people anywhere else. So originally they weren't being compensated at all. They were at all those meetings, they were coming, they were attending, they were helping to support the team. And we felt that it was important to compensate them for that, so.
I was just sharing
just in the sidebar that some of them might be classroom teachers, but most of them are not. And they're not necessarily responsible for providing the intervention. It's just serving as that support, gathering the data, processing the interventions, and attending the meetings.
Thank you,
And
Mrs.
since
Reed.
you gave me the mic, I will thank the addendum committee for all of their work. It was not just me.
Yeah.
There are 2 other administrators and 3 teachers who serve on that committee, so they put a lot of time and effort into this.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions or additional comments about any of the items?
The only other thing that I wanted to call out was number 35, which is the increase in the rates of pay for the educational aides. I mean, just to stay competitive within the market. I'm just glad to see that that was recommended and that we get to vote to approve that tonight. It's all the substitute
Right,
rates,
right.
but it's kind of across the board in all of those different categories, which I think is going to be important because, Shay, how many openings did you say we have?
Adam Kunkel just filled about 40 educational aid positions alone.
Oh, wow. Okay, so hopefully we get all of them filled, but if we don't, or with things happening, we need to be able to draw on a good substitute pool, so that's great.
And the board's support on things like the CDL drivers, the raising the rate for them, it was prescient because we didn't have a lot of delays. We didn't have to end school early. When we negotiated that contract, we thought, wow, how can we give a 25 or 30% raise? But when you look at $18 an hour to $23 an hour, those jobs, and I think aides and substitutes, were suppressed for a long time. And when the employment crunch hit after the pandemic, we saw that people weren't willing to work for that anymore. And so I think they're going to continue to adjust in a way that is more fair. And so the board's support on that has been really good. I think we raised our substitute teacher rate twice, Shay, and we don't see those rates going down. We thought there might be a correction, but we don't think there will be. So, some subs in our district can make over 150, close to 175 a day. And there's only a couple districts higher.
Any other questions or additional comments about any of the items 1 through 36?
I have one, it's not really an item, but under donations, we did have a parent, Craig Clausen, who donated the funds for us to be in the parade. It didn't channel properly, so it's not really on the agenda, but I want to thank Craig for that donation, making it happen.
Anything else related to the items 1 through 36? Okay, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll?
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle-Antonio?
Yes.
Motion carried.
We are on letter F, general business, and there are 11 items for action. If there's not an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 11 under letter F?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Any discussion about these items?
Do have on number 9, I read the contract for the one-room schoolhouse, and I'm thrilled that we're able to move it for $75,000. But having visited it, they have hundreds of things inside it that need to be removed and protected. And are we approaching a contract on how to do that safely before the building gets moved? And just an update on that piece of it.
So our plan is to store those things as we're moving it, maybe get one of those pods to put things in gently, right next to it. There's desks and McGuffey readers and all these different things that are valuable and old and really build the character of the old schoolhouse, and so the one-room schoolhouse. So Scott has a plan to make sure that stuff is taken care of, and I think we will have some volunteers help us. Tom Gregory, maybe? No, he was raising his hand. I didn't.
Can you go up there?
Yeah.
I just wanted to applaud the district for all that you're doing with equity and everything. My wife you started the first GSA at the Middle School West. Now all the middle schools have it, and it's just, I mean, I applaud what you're doing. It means a lot. Why I'm here, I'm grateful. I look forward to the day people don't look to me and they see me and they think the one-room schoolhouse every time they see me. But I know Jan Elsie has worked with you. I think the movement, that's great. You've got it down. The big thing I care about is there's so much in there. I don't know if people realize how much is in there and how valuable some of that stuff is. And I envision what I'm hoping isn't just going to be like maintenance people throwing things into because understand, those items I got a number of those items over the course of a year, all over the state and central Ohio, and those came from families. And even if they aren't valuable in what they are, it's great-great-grandma Betty's desk, and they come to see that, and it is valuable to that family. And that was entrusted to us, and I would not want the public to see that things aren't being, because that stuff has to be stored in a way, if it's going to be 100 degrees in some of that stuff might not, I don't know if it has to be climate controlled. The other concern is when you move the schoolhouse, right now it's getting electric from the concession stand. When, I'm guessing you're going to be moving it pretty soon based on where it is, but will there be access to getting electric? So once that stuff's moved, it goes in there where the stuff, even if it's temporary, just so the stuff can have climate control in there, because there's some actually stuff that is very valuable in there, like a first printing of Uncle Tom's Cabin that someone just donated, and it's thousands of dollars. And there's just a lot of stuff in there that's fragile. But everyone that donated, we said we wanted kids to have access. We wanted kids to be able to see it. So they knew that it was going to be handled by kids as a learning experience with adult supervision. But what we don't want is that to see people as just going to be, because it's going to require a lot. I mean, there's so much stuff in there. It's not going to be like three, you know what I mean? And so I didn't see any of that planned. That just looks like the cost to move the actual building. But there's going to need to be coordination for all the stuff that's, got to be stored and how long that will be, and then when that can be moved back into the building itself. So that was my concern. Because there are people, they'll come and look for their desk or their item and see that it's there. And so I just want to make sure that it's being safeguarded.
Is there also inventoried items in the attic?
There is some stuff in the attic too, yes. The pull-down attic there. And even like the lights that Northern Lighting donated all those lights. And those, they're replicas of old, and we have some actual extras because they've been discontinued. But I just thought, gosh, one of those broke, so we ordered at the time 2 extras. Those are up in the attic too, but those would have to be removed and then put back up. And then the air conditioning unit, that whole unit, that was $10,000, but it was all donated. We didn't even have to buy it it's listed in the program, a Dave Wolfing from. And so just safeguarding all that stuff is just all I, really want people to consider. I know Jan knows all about the building. He was a partner with me throughout the whole thing, and I trust everything that is done in transporting the building stuff, but I just want to make sure that the items in there are cared for as that move happens. That's all. Okay.
Any additional discussion about items number 1 through 11 under letter F? Okay, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Motion carried.
We are on the board reports and discussions. I have a really short legislative update because the legislature is on summer break until September. But the State Board of Education met in July and did several things. Among the things that they did that are impactful to school districts, they passed a resolution to increase the third grade reading guarantee promotion score from 683 to 685, beginning with the 22-23 school year. They passed a resolution to adopt revised learning standards for computer science in grades K through 12. And they passed a resolution to update the dyslexia guidebook as a result of dyslexia law changes from House Bill 583. And then finally, they talked about a resolution to consider at an upcoming meeting whether or not to hire a search firm to search for the next state superintendent. So that is it from me as a legislative update. Do we have a report from Eastland Fairfield, Mr. Manley?
Yes. I'm going to start with Matt's report and then talk about some awards that our students have won. And so Matt says that they met July 13th and the board approved the expense to update campus signage to be digital marquees to match the new logo and branding approach. They also received a presentation from their superintendent, Dr. Miller, about a 6-month update on their strategic plan, which has 4 pillars. Number 1, enhancing culture and climate. Number 2, ensuring programming and operational excellence. Number 3, fostering communication and relationships. And number 4, maximizing instructional effectiveness. So Dr. Miller shared how progress has been made towards these pillars for upcoming school year. And some of the highlights that Matt's mentioning are to enhance culture and climate. The staff developed plans to provide smart labs at each campus. They developed new programming for students with disabilities at Fairfield. And they promoted and scheduled academic staff visits to the labs. To ensure programming and operational excellence, the staff added sports medicine at 2 satellite locations in response to student interest and workforce needs. Sunset 3 programs. And they passed on the launch of and mechanics programs. Let's see, to gather more information on Intel Corporation's impact on the industry in the area. 2 more. One for fostering communications and relationships. The staff developed a plan to expand career services into elementary and middle schools. Established an Eastland Fairfield Alumni Association, and then also established a parent advisory committee that met 3 times this year to provide input on programming, uniforms, and communication with parents. And lastly, to maximize instructional effectiveness, their staff upgraded English offerings based on feedback from students, staff, and parents, hired school nurses at both campuses, and identified measures of academic progress, their MAP, as an assessment tool for reading and math. And that concludes Matt's report. And next, I just want to highlight some of our students that have won some awards for teaching professions. We had the great presentation, and there was discussion about the national competition that happens at Washington, D.C. So we had several students place, and let's see, starting with 9th place in the nation, exploring non-core teaching careers, that's CC Holmes, congratulations. And going down to 7th place in creative lecture was Amelia Alatsis. And 7th place in the nation for lesson planning for STEM, Chloe Dixon. 5th place, lesson plan CTE, Lynn Pfister. And 5th place in the nation for Inside Our Schools, Sydney Arrington, Allison Slates, Shelby Tokash, and Cece Holmes. And going to 3rd place in the nation, lesson plan for arts, Sophia Samuel. That's an A. Who is that? An A. Anyway, 2nd place in the nation, rounding out with researching learning challenges, Emily Staniskovska, Gracie Hensley, Chloe Dixon, and Alexis Highland. Congratulations. It's really great. Top 10 in the whole country. And the top 10 for future health professionals, they had close to 11,000 competitors, so huge pool. And we're still waiting to hear how they're going to place. But the top 10 for the future bioscience. Landon Keenan, and that was extemporaneous writing. And then Harshita and Micaiah Trent for health career display. And clinical specialty was Eliza Brofford. So we're eagerly await your placements. Congrats on the top 10. And those that made it to the 2nd round, Morgan Albert, and that was for healthy lifestyle. And also Zoe Callender, Simona Hagos, Frankie Nuss, and Gracie Wolf, and that's for public health. So congratulations to all our great students. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Manley. Any report from Parks and Rec?
Well, it's a couple things. If people have the opportunity, Parks and Rec would like them to fill out a comprehensive Parks Master Plan survey that went out recently. Creekside Live will feature local live performers August 12th and 26th from 5 to 10 p.m. And Muddy Miller Family Adventure pre-registration is required August 14th, and it's from 1 to 4 p.m. And the splash pad has been a big hit. It's been popular. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Anything as our local government liaison, Mrs. Mooring?
Well, on Monday night at council meeting, we had the opportunity, our President Piccolantonio introduced our new incoming superintendent to council and to the city, so that was a lot of fun. Last night, the city hosted a town hall, and wherein they announced a possible location for the relocation of City Hall, the police station, and the senior center, being 825 Tech Center Drive. So they're going to be conducting a series of community engagement opportunities, and so stay tuned and share your thoughts. It seems like a very workable solution, and I just hope that everybody participates and shares their thoughts. That's all.
Mrs. Mooring, anything from Gahanna Jefferson Education Foundation, Mrs. Coates?
Yes, they wanted to share, and I want to share, that we've hired Diana as the Community Relations Outreach Coordinator for the district and as Assistant Executive Director for GJEF, filling Sharon Tomko's position. And so we are very thrilled to have her join the team.
Anything from Insurance Committee, Mrs. Horn?
Our next meeting is scheduled for September 19th, regularly scheduled meeting, so we won't have a report until after that.
This was a long meeting, but I'm still going to ask any other items from board members. If you have something to say, go ahead and say it. It's whatever you want to.
You'll just have to indulge me. I was just talking for a while, but I have something else. And I just want to thank Steve. And so I have a few notes here. Just indulge me. This means a lot to me. And happy Parks and Rec Month. So I just want to say, there's all right, I'm going to try to cut it down because I have 3 postcards here with my speech. I don't know, thinking back, okay, I just think back to when we met, and we met at the first house party for the levy. I was, as a middle school parent, I was I will be honest and say I was just tired of the change in leadership, to be honest, and I didn't know what to expect, and I was really nervous. You did bring bundt cakes. They had just opened. I thought, okay, well, he has that. He's a good networker. Smart choice. But he shared his plan and his vision. I remember, one levy he explained wasn't going to be enough. We needed to do 2. And I thought this guy really has a big vision, and I didn't know what to think. But he turned me into somewhat a believer. It took some time for me, though, because I was skeptical, and the sense of belonging as a board member, that's what he first talked to me about and talked to us about. And I haven't experienced that a lot. And so I'm, going to things being pretty skeptical and protective, not knowing how my daughter's going to be affected and my family received and her friends and stuff. And I was nervous about the change in leadership. And, I worried for nothing, but I was worried. I have seen firsthand how one comment from leadership can affect someone for their whole life. I just, I moved here for the schools, but I have seen firsthand how Steve, as a leader here, he lives it, and he, has taken on the entire district. It's thousands of families, and he's carrying it and leading it, and I have unbelievable amounts of respect in the community that's been built. The culture here is warm and welcoming, and you take on the hard issues like we've talked about all night today, and you take hits for it too, and I've seen that, and you welcome it and you live it. There's potentially explosive things going on in society, but here we are, and we are creating a safe and welcoming space, and it takes a lot of courage and commitment and dedication, and I knew that as a board member. I didn't know it back then, but I'm looking at what we're doing today. It's coming to pass. And you have sleepless nights. As a board member, I see behind the scenes. As a parent, I always had respect for the board, but I really focused mostly on the teachers who are shaping who my daughter is, staff, appreciative that supports what we're here to do. But the emotions that are dealt with on a daily basis, and especially during a pandemic, that goes without saying. The world is not always a safe place at all, and they're like acting out like we are in society, but Gahanna Jefferson is a welcoming place, and that's due to leadership. Leadership sets the tone, and you live it, and so does everyone here. I'm just gonna really miss you, and but I'm so grateful that we have this time, and I know it's going to continue because it just is. I'm really grateful we were brought together, and a guy like you enjoying and like looking up to me in the ways you've shown me, I just can't say how much that means to me. You have true courage. You are open, willing. You have stamina, perseverance, 30 plus years of public service. And on behalf of all the families here in our district and those who are going to follow, I just thank you. I can never thank you enough. And you're leaving a strong team behind, and that's a sign of a good leader too. So we are going to continue to grow and carry the message. Thank you, Steve.
So much, Dion. That was beautiful. I appreciate it. It was very thoughtful, and I'm very moved. Thanks very much.
Steve, so my first personal interaction with you was at a Student Learning and Achievement Committee meeting, and I had such a good experience from you, Daphne, Burl, and Jen Chrysler that I reached out to Burl and Daphne, I believe, and said I want to be involved more. And then I had the honor of working with you on the Master Facilities Planning Committee and saw you and Jill and how hard you both work. And you earlier this evening said that the board works really hard and that it's a hard job, but I think the superintendent's role is also a very hard job. I've always been impressed with your passion for public education. You care so much for the students, and that shows in everything you do. I've heard from so many community members about how you reach out to them personally with phone calls to talk them through, and they are scared, stressed, angry. How you've written letters to students after achievements and what that's meant to them and how they've saved them, those letters. Your leadership has brought innovative change to our district. You passed the school levy like Dion talked about, created committee meetings, and navigated through these two past really rough years. So as a parent, I want to thank you for creating a district my children thrived in. As a community member, I want to thank you for creating a culture I'm really proud of. And as a board member, I want to thank you for your patience with my newbie questions and for helping the three of us transition into this role very smoothly. So I appreciate you so much, and I want to add to Dion's thank you from the bottom of my heart.
So much, Kara. Very nice. I really appreciate it. And I thought when you started, you were going to say, "Got involved, and now I'm mad at you." but you did. So thank you. I mean, you guys. I mean, we're going to be here another couple hours, and this is the James Brown of school boards right here, the hardest working school in the land. So, and I didn't pass any levy. The community did, and so so thank you for saying all you said. I appreciate it. Yeah.
I know Mrs. Elliott asked me if she could say a couple words. Is there, I don't want to cut anybody off if there were other comments from board members, so, okay, go ahead, Mrs. Elliott.
I wanted to speak earlier, but he did not leave me in a state to speak. But I know that I am going to struggle. I just want to thank you, Steve Barrett. You have made so many sacrifices over the last 6 years that have impacted your family so that you could serve our Gahanna family. You are humble, you are caring and thoughtful and reflective. You are a champion for public education, and you are all about kids. You have given me so many opportunities to grow, professionally and personally, and you have jumped on board with some of my crazy ideas. We have been through a lot of tough times. We have had a lot of long days and weekends, and I am so grateful to have you as a mentor, a thought partner, and my friend. I'm forever grateful for our time serving together, and I am so happy for you and your family. So, thank you.
That was... indebted I am to you to all your hard work and dedication. And it's remarkable. And your ability to kind of lead things like the equity team is just phenomenal. And no, I mean, I admire you so much and what you've done for our district. You're really the glue that has held so much together, and so thank you so much.
We do have another several hours in executive session, is my guess. So I'm going to ask one last time if there are any other comments from board members. And if not, is there a motion to go into executive session pursuant to revised code 12122 G1 and G5? So G1 is to discuss the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, compensation of an employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against an employee, official, licensee, or student, unless the employee, official, licensee, or student requests a public hearing. And then G5 are matters required to be kept confidential by federal laws, rules, or state statutes.
So moved.
Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Coates. Any discussion? The board will be coming back into public session after we go into executive session, but the only board action that we'll be taking when we come out of executive session is to adjourn the meeting, and hopefully it won't be too late. Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Motion carried.
So it is 9:25 p.m., and we are going to take a short break and go into executive session.